Hello, everybody. This is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live. We got a Hall of Fame show for you tonight. Boy, oh boy, what a great show we have for you tonight. We're going to begin with the Renaissance Mama, Courtney Riddell. Then, a Hall of Fame edition of Outside the Box with the Hall of Famer John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports and National Lacrosse League Hall of Famer former Toronto Rock Jim Veltman. Yes, on Outside the Box, Game 3 of the National Lacrosse League Finals happened Saturday. Then we got Drew Ebanks, Captain Canada of OnPointBasketball.com, and Alex Campbell, Fired Up Alex, previewing Game 1 of the NBA Finals between the Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat. And then Junkyard Dog Jerome Williams interviews Dr. J. Yes, Dr. J. Julius Irving. Then we got Inside the Game. And then we got another Hall of Famer, Digit Murphy, previewing the Stanley Cup. We'll be joined after by the grizzled young veteran Marty Roberts with the sports wrap. And if there's time, if the NBA Finals concludes, we'll go on to do a short post-game show of the NBA Finals. But right now, I present Courtney Riddell, the Renaissance Mama.
Hi, friends. I'm Courtney. I'm a performer, speaker, and a writer. I'm a mama to 3 crazy boys and a super sweet dog. I decided 12 years ago that I needed to create a business that worked for me instead of me working for it. I'm a multi-passionate entrepreneur who may be considered a serial entrepreneur by some, but then I realized that all of my businesses focused on connection, community, and creating an incredible experience. I can't wait to share with you how to make small but mighty changes in your life to affect your overall well-being and create a life and business you want to get up in the morning for. That's right, my friends. I am the Renaissance Mama. Hi friends, it's me, Courtney, the Renaissance Mama, and I hope you guys are doing amazing today. I hope you are achieving everything you want to. I hope if you have a business, it's being extremely successful, and I hope that you feel like you are living your best life right now. I know it sounds a little cliche, but I hope that for all of you. I also want to thank you for taking the time to check out the show. And if you haven't heard, the Renaissance Mama can be found on Momitu on the Fired Up Network. You can also find me on the renaissancemama.com in case you missed an episode and you want to go back and check it out. Okay, my friends, today we are talking about something that I feel like everybody can relate to. Whether you have a business, whether it's about your just career or work, maybe it's about parenting, but today I'm using the E word. Excuses. That's right. Today we're chatting about some of the top excuses that everybody uses, everybody says, and then we are going to bust those excuses because let's be honest, if we're all using the same excuses, they can't be real. They can't, I mean, yes, they fit somewhere, there's a reason for them, but I don't think they need to be there. I actually know they don't need to be there, and I know that they're not serving you. One of my favorite mentors, Marie Forleo, has this saying that if you, I'm going to get this wrong, I don't want to get it wrong. If there is something that you really, really want, whether if it's something you want to try, something you want to do, how you want to grow your business, if there's something you really, really want, you will do it. And if you don't, you'll make excuses. It's something like that. But the reality is, let's be honest, we've all been there, we've done that. We have made excuses, whether it is, like I said, maybe you want to try something new. Maybe there's an opportunity that was presented to you. Maybe you're not super happy with how your business or side hustle is growing, but instead of taking action, you continue to make excuses. So we are going to chat about that today. Some of the very top excuses that everybody uses, myself included, and how we're then going to bust those excuses and push them aside. So let's do it. All right, top excuse number one is, but I don't have time. This one, I will say, is probably the one excuse that I feel may have a little bit of truth to it, but we're still gonna bust it. Got it? So as you know, I'm a super busy mama. I got my 3 kids. I'm running all over the place. I got my partner. I got my dog. I got my businesses. I got my contracts. I got my projects. I have a lot on the go. And there are times when I have to look at my very, very busy list and I need to decide what actually needs to get done first. And I have spent a lot of time in the last year really focusing my time and focusing my efforts and realizing that being busy doesn't necessarily equal to being productive. I've been there at the end of a day where I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm exhausted. I've done so much, yet I don't feel like I have. I've shared with you how I have really adopted this philosophy of the big 3 and getting 3 things done every day, no matter what. Of course, I usually get a whole bunch more done than that, but those 3, making the 3 things a priority, usually making them, related to getting some cash into my business rather than spending time with all the other things you could get very, very busy with. But let's break down this excuse, I don't have time. If you listen to one of my recent episodes, and I've mentioned it a few times in the past, but I highly suggest if you are ever in a position where I'm like, I'm so busy, I don't have time, I can't, I think you need to check and see where your time is actually going to. So I always suggest for you to do a little time audit. I believe I chatted about it even in my last episode. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I feel like it's also really, really important because if you don't know where your time is actually going, then it's hard to make a plan for it. It's hard to find the time you need for this new project or new business or whatever it is. So do a time audit, figure out where your time is actually going. Then I would make those top 3 lists every day of productive things that you want to get done. No matter what, those things need to get done. Also, creating a master list of not a to-do list. I don't love to-do lists. Of course, I have them all the time, but creating a master list of like, okay, those must-haves, maybe laters, and then a wish list, because there are things that can wait, right? There's things that don't need to be done today. But I also think that excuse of saying, I don't have time, it's a really easy one for most people to go to. And part of that is a mindset shift as well. That if you go back to what I said about my mentor, Marie Forleo, if it's something you want, you will get it done. You will make the time. You will find the time. So look at your schedule, break it down. Maybe you can wake up a little bit earlier. Maybe you do your time on it and realize that you're spending too much time on social media. Maybe you realize, oh, I have this half an hour chunk while I'm waiting to pick up the kids or while I'm sitting at soccer practice. Are there ways you can, get a little bit done here and there that's not sit down and doing tons of work, but just finding those moments or pockets of time and being more productive? So that is how we're gonna bust that first excuse of I don't have time. Top excuse number 2, I don't have money. All right. So I have spoken with you guys so many times about how thrifty I am. And I have a very interesting relationship with money. And the more I kind of research it or think about it or break it down, it definitely goes back to my childhood. So money when I was a kid, I did not feel like we had tons. I didn't feel like we were ever missing out on things unless it came to big ticket items. I remember being in high school and looking at my opportunities for university, and here I wanted to perform, and I thought, oh, I'd love to go. I actually got accepted to a school in the States, in New York, an amazing acting university, which meant I would have had to move to New York City, which, as you can imagine, is very expensive. It was very expensive back then. I can't even imagine what it's like now. I was so excited with this opportunity. I got rid of my apartment. I went back home trying to save money. I was, looking to apply for all these loans, and it was a huge expense, which I finally changed my mind and decided not to go that route. But I remember being that high school or university student and thinking, man, if I just had money, this would be easy. If I just had money, I could do this. If I just have money, that $300 cell phone bill that I don't know how I got wouldn't be so terrifying. So I get how saying you don't have money can be a valid excuse, but I also think we can bust that. I have now done a lot of work with my relationship with money, and the reality that I, number one, have to start believing that I deserve more of it. I don't have to live in this state of like, there is not enough, because money, unlike time that we just talked about, is a renewable resource. If you had to today try and make more money, or, do a side job or do something, you could do it. You could get more money. We might not always want to, but money you can get more of. Time you cannot. So money, once you start getting that mind shift of like, okay, I can get more of it. I deserve more of it. I don't have to always be like super thrifty with my money, holding it so tight. I have spent more time spending money on myself, spending money on my business, really making smarter choices with my money as it comes into my business, really investing it back into my business rather than having it sit there and do nothing, or rather it was just this mindset change. So really thinking about money as this like renewable resource. There's so much of it out there. If you want it, you can get it, and you deserve it. When it comes to either maybe a new opportunity, or you're working on your business or a new business, it actually costs you a lot less than you think. And what's going to happen is when you're first starting your business, if you don't have a lot of capital to put into it, that's okay. But be prepared to put in more time. You may have to take some free online classes, right? So you might have to go through more things rather than the easy way out. Advertising, there's lots of ways you can do it on the cheap. Once again, it takes more time. So if money is your obstacle, if that is your excuse, there are ways around it. Get into Facebook business groups. Get into chatting with your ideal customer. Start finding ways to do things for free. Until then you can pay for it. Once you get there, that's fine. But money should not be your excuse. You need to find a way to make it happen. Maybe there's ways that you can, instead of that time on it, you're doing a budget. Where is your money actually going? Is there anywhere that you can cut from one thing to then either give money to your new business or project or opportunity or whatever it may be? Maybe you could reach out to people and say, hey, listen, I'm looking for investors. Maybe there's different ways you can partner with people. You can barter, you can exchange. There are opportunities. Do not let money be your obstacle. Okay, excuse number 3. Oh, I can't do it. I'm not talented enough. I don't have the skills. All right, we are gonna bust that one so quickly, because in this day and age, I feel like if you want to learn something, if you want to become an expert at something, or even just more comfortable in doing something, once again, it goes back to that time. You have the time. There are resources that are free that you can learn. There's so much you can find online, free webinars, free classes, free courses, chatting with people, reaching out, asking if they can be your mentor, really just watching not only how maybe there's someone that you really respect and look up to, how they do what they do, and really breaking down the way they do it. So you could potentially look at somebody's course or webinar or podcast or show or whatever it is, and not only listen to the information, maybe take notes, take what you want from it, but look at how they do it. So next time you watch, especially a webinar, see the structure of how they present what they're presenting, if webinars is something you want to do. I don't know. But look at people that are successful, someone that you are interested in, and I would just see what they do, how they do it, how they get up in the morning, what does their day look like, what are some of the tools they use, and maybe even go back further and see what their story is. Where did they start? Because they didn't start where they are right now. That's one of those things that I usually have to remind myself, that although I have big visions, big ideas, big concepts, I'm not there yet. So sometimes working on their level, it can feel a little, I don't know, it doesn't feel right because I'm not there yet, right? So trying to do all the things they're doing might not really line up. But I know you have the skills. I know you can do this. And I know there are resources out there that if you are not 100% confident, it can help you. There are so many tools out there right now that are absolutely incredible. I have just really started dipping my toes in to the world of AI and the amazing things that it can do and how it can help you and how it's going to help so many people's businesses. It's going to be absolutely incredible. So do not think you can't do things. You can do things. There's resources you can learn. Always be ready and able and willing to learn, though. Do not ever think that because you don't know what something is, that you can't do it. I saw something this morning just on a post that someone was talking about how they share their business. And they were like, hey, do you use this? And I was like, but instead of saying, oh my God, I've never heard of that, I'm the worst business person ever, I'm like, set a reminder to myself and look into that later. Because there's probably a resource, there's probably a YouTube video, there's probably someone chatting about it somewhere, giving you steps, breaking down how to use that resource, breaking down how to use that tool. So you can do it. I know you can. And if you ever do get really stuck, what's helped me in the past is knowing why I want something to happen, knowing what that end vision looks like for myself, for my family, for my kids, for everybody. If I'm so clear on why I'm doing what I'm doing, then I know I have to do it. I know that I can't think I can't do it because it has to happen. It's going to happen. So really working with yourself and your, beliefs of what you want to happen, that is how you're going to get over that excuse of you can't do it, I'm not talented enough. Get in there, do it, start taking action, and bust that excuse. Excuse number 4, I hear this quite often and it really breaks my heart. It's I'm too old. So especially when we're talking about starting a new business or a new opportunity or doing anything fresh and new, I hear people say that they're too old to do that. And like I said, it breaks my heart. Let's be honest, we have heard all of the stories of some of our most famous people we know starting later on in life. And that's fine. And I think the reality now of our society is we can do that. No longer are we a generation of, okay, you have your one job and you have it for the whole time. Everybody is having multiple jobs and careers within their life. So there's no harm, or there's no, I don't even know. I don't think that's an obstacle at all. It shouldn't be an excuse. You know me. I started last year doing this show. I started really trying to find my vision. I started really spending more time on myself and the company that I wanted to spend and focus and build and grow. And if I ever thought in my head, oh my gosh, I was 39 at the time, but I'm too old, like that would have been so sad. I was the opposite. I felt like I was waiting. And then I finally was like, I got to do this. I got to do this now. And I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 20, 30, 40. I have no idea. But I would say you are never too old. And when you try something new and you are willing to start from zero or start from the beginning or be sort of this like amateur again, like that is an incredible tool, because all you have is to grow. All you have is to get bigger and stronger and better and more successful, right? There's no other option. You can't go getting worse. You can't be below zero. You got to keep going up. So that is an incredible opportunity. And I feel like no matter what age you start something, you are bringing a whole toolbox of experience, ideas, stories, just a whole world that some of these other younger people may not have with them. So use your age as a tool, not an excuse. Okay, excuse number 5. Oh, that's not me. So when I think of the excuse, I think of that word. It's one of those buzzwords that really bothers me, but I do think of the word or phrase, I guess, imposter syndrome. And it really bothers me. I don't know why it bothers me so much, but it totally does, because I don't think anybody should feel the imposter syndrome. I feel like if you are there, you are doing something, if you started a business or you're at a networking event or you're with a really important client, like you are what you are. If you're here selling me whatever it is, that's what you're doing. Don't feel like you shouldn't be there. Do not use that as an excuse. When I was in musical theater school in my university, I had a friend who had the saying of fake it till you make it. And I always laughed because I get the concept, and I was like, okay, I understand what you're talking about, but I don't think we need to fake anything. I feel like I am where I'm at, and I'm doing what I can, and I'm showing up who I am and showing what I can do. But what I would say, and I do take from that fake it till you make it kind of mentality, is play the role. If you envision yourself as a very successful business person, whether you're going to a networking event, maybe you're, in front of a crowd doing a proposal, maybe you're doing a speech, maybe you're doing something. Instead of showing up as the version of myself who I'm unsure if I'm what I want to be yet, think of that version of yourself that you want. What do they look like? What do they sound like? How do they get up in the morning? And I'm not saying then throw on a whole fake look. No. But if there's a favorite, bracelet that you can imagine them wearing, or earrings or necklace, or maybe some red lipstick, whatever it might be for you, you need to start playing the role of that successful version of yourself. If that successful version of yourself is very healthy, maybe you're drinking some more water. If that version of yourself wakes up a little bit earlier and does a jog, you need to start adding those little pieces, those pieces that you can control right now. You need to start adding those to your life. Because if you really imagine what that successful version of yourself is like, you want to get there. You want to see where you are now to that version of yourself and start making small. It's not going to be overnight. It really isn't. I'm learning that more and more every single day. It is a trek. It's a journey, but the journey is also really fun. So start imagining that version of yourself, what your perfect day is, what your perfect week is, what your goals are, how it looks and smells and feels. Like, imagine the whole thing, and then take little pieces of that and start doing the things that version of yourself may do. So once again, going back and thinking of like mentors that you really, really admire. Maybe you don't envision the version of yourself yet, even though I highly suggest you take some time to brainstorm and really imagine it all out. But maybe there's a mentor that you're like, oh my gosh, I love her. She's amazing. What do they do? I've told you before, like, how do they eat? What do they get up in the morning? How do they work? What are some of their habits? Are there any pieces you can borrow from that? And then the more you do these little things, these little habits, you start taking these pieces of that version of yourself or that mentor or this person you're going to be, you no longer will think, that's not me, because it will be you. You'll be this version of yourself that you'll be incredibly happy with. You'll be so excited. And the version of yourself is just going to continue to change and adapt and grow and evolve and do all those things. So I say kick the imposter syndrome to the curb. If it's something you want to do, you know your why, you know your goals, you know your passions, then you are what you say you are. All right, excuse number 6. You're scared to fail. This is a hard one. This is one of those ones that I feel like most people don't want to admit that's their excuse. In fact, we might use any of those other excuses ahead of time before we actually break it down and figure out, wait a minute, I don't want to fail at this. And I get that. I, of course, get that. Nobody goes into something thinking, I want to fail. But I'd really like to break down the concept of failing, or break down your version of failing. Instead of saying I failed or this didn't work or whatever, is there ways you can think, okay, I tried this project, but it wasn't as successful as I wanted. What can I learn from there? Or what's next? How can I change? How can I pivot? How can I do what I need to do to get where I want to be? There's something in there, whether you try a new business or try a project or try an offer and it doesn't work out the way you want to. It doesn't necessarily have to be a failure. It can be a learning experience. It can be part of that journey. It can be, just another step, another piece in the puzzle. This is just all part of it. And for me, when I get really kind of nervous about failing or scared that something might not be for me, that is one of the times that I do sit back and journal and really break down what is it that I'm scared about? Who am I worried about failing? And if you do a little exercise, if you're up for it, do a journal prompt of what is the absolute worst thing that can happen? And write it out. Write every little piece out. Even the most absolute, things that would clearly never happen. Write it out. Oh my gosh, then this, and then this, and this, and this. Write down the absolute worst thing that could happen. Then the next journal prompt is going to be, okay, what would be the absolute best thing to happen? And create that picture. And maybe that goes back to that vision of yourself, or what you want to be, and all the success you want, how you want it to fit with everything in your life. And then look at the two. And really, what one is more probable? Probably not the craziness that you thought of absolute worst, but maybe some of the stuff from that absolute best could happen. So I would say, yes, fear is a very valid, not excuse, because we're not using these excuses, but fear is a very valid emotion. It's going to happen. You just want to take that fear and really use it as your motivation. That concept, or that feeling of fear, when you think about, is very close to that feeling of excitement. So can you in your head be like, okay, yes, I feel a little nervous, I feel a little, I don't know, but instead of the that feel, can I make it more that feel? So let's look at the similarities of fear and excitement, and you choose. You're gonna choose. You're not scared, you're not afraid to fail, but you're excited. You're excited to see what's next. Okay. Excuse number 7, and this one is one I am so familiar with. It is, I'm not ready yet. So have you ever started a project or a business or anything, and you're about to do it or make it happen, and you're like, oh, wait. Before I do this, I need to, and you start creating this list of the things you think, or you build in your head, that you need to do before you put the offer out there. So new business owners in particular are very good at this excuse. For example, when you want to start a business, you're like, okay, well, I can't start a business yet until I have my company name and logo and website and email address, and the ends could go on forever. Then you get to this point where you're like, okay, I haven't done this yet, I haven't done that, I haven't done this. No, I can't start my business yet. I'm still making the list of things that I need to do. So when it comes to starting something new, a new challenge, offer, business, whatever it may be, instead of using the excuse of like, oh, I can't do it yet, I'm not ready, I want you to break down all of the little steps you think need to happen. Or put that mega list. If that's going to help you, brainstorm that mega list of all the things you think you need for this business to start, or opportunity, or whatever it is. Break them all down. Then take that list and cut it in half. Then cut it in half again, and cut it in half until you literally have like 3 items. 3 items that you have to do before you start this business. And no, it's not going to be perfect. This is the first draft, right? No business starts out day one and is the everything they thought they were going to be. This is the first version, or the first draft of this opportunity, business, product, whatever it may be. It's going to have different versions. So if your website isn't 100% perfect, that's fine. It's out there. It exists. And now you're ready to see what the next version is going to look like. You're going to listen to people. You're going to chat with people. You're going to talk to your ideal customer. You are going to, adapt and change. And maybe that new version looks different again. Then it might look different again. So do not wait until you're 100% ready, because you never will be 100% ready, right? We heard that saying in life, like, oh, when do you wait to have kids? Well, you don't. It happens. Any of the people I know who ever tried to wait and plan and really break it down, usually it doesn't work out the way they want to anyways. So sometimes you just have to do it. And I really, really believe when it comes to business, when it comes to a lot of things in life, is done is better than perfect. Because you can go back. You can change it. There's nothing set in stone. I guess like a tattoo. Maybe that's why I don't have any. But nothing is and even that you can get changed. Nothing's totally set in stone. So it's going to change. It's going to adapt. It's going to grow. It's going to do all those things. So done is better than perfect. And do not wait till you're 100% ready, because that doesn't exist. So get going, take actions, and make things happen. All right, excuse number 8. And this is going to be our last excuse for the day. There are so many more we could chat about, but these are the top ones. So excuse number 8 is, I'm just overwhelmed and I don't know where to start. This is also one of those excuses that I can relate to. Even when I was younger, even as a kid, I remember, my room would be an absolute disaster. And my mom would come in and she'd get so upset and she'd be like, oh, you need to clean this. I'm like, yes, I do. So I'd put on some music. I try to get started, but I didn't know where to start. It was like there was too much going on that I couldn't decide what was the best plan to start. There was too much action. There was too many choices. There was too many things that the overwhelm kind of took over. And then I would do nothing. Or I'd get distracted or something else, or I'd start going through photos or. But being overwhelmed is one of those excuses I have used probably too many times. So my tips for being overwhelmed is take a huge breath, take a big breath in, and then breaking down once again, instead of looking at the whole big picture of all the things you want to get done, breaking it down to smaller steps. So why I love those like 3 big priority items every day. It's not the overwhelm of like, oh my God, I have so much to do. It all needs to get done, because if I do that, it's too much. I can't do it. So my 3 things, if there's a big project, like let's break down the steps. Once those things are done, then you can move on to something else. Then you can, do 3 more things, maybe 1 more thing. Like just start off slow. Don't let the overwhelm take you over. The other thing I find too is sometimes in businesses or projects, I will get to a point and I get stuck on something. It's like, okay, I had this big concept, I'm working on a project and I wanted to do this thing, and then I sit down to try and figure out how to do it, and it's like it doesn't line up with the vision that I wanted, and it doesn't quite line up. So don't let getting stuck be your excuse as well. I'm just finishing this digital course I created that I love, that I think is going to be an amazing thing for so many kids, and it's taken me so much longer to put it together. Number 1, because it's grown and I love it and I'm super excited about it, but there has been a few times within this process that I would be so overwhelmed because I had my list of all the things I wanted, and the list kept getting larger, and I'm like, oh my god, and now I'm almost done it. And there's been a few times where it's like I got stuck because I was like, wait a second, how am I going to do this thing I wanted to do? I couldn't quite figure it out. So it actually took me a little bit of time to take a step back, do a little bit of brainstorming, and this sounds a little silly, but almost do something else. Like I kind of was just so stuck on it that like I wasn't getting my answer. And then one day I was running with the dog outside and it popped into my head. I was like, oh my gosh, that's brilliant. I love it. So don't discount the fact that sometimes you do need to take a step back. Maybe you need to reach out to a friend. I love when I'm chatting with somebody who's not necessarily knowing anything about my business or my projects or anything. And I'm like, listen, here's what's happening. And sometimes, and this can go either way, sometimes they'll be like, I don't know what you're talking about. And they give terrible ideas. And then sometimes they're like, well, why don't you just do this? And the answer could be something that's so simple, but because your head is thinking about it differently, or like thinking of this vision or whatever it may be, you didn't think about it. So if you get overwhelmed or if you get stuck, I suggest taking a breath. I suggest making it all into small little steps. And then if you get stuck, I feel step away. I feel like maybe doing some brainstorming. I feel like doing other activities, and then reaching out to a friend and see where that leads you. So that, I feel, we have just busted that excuse. All right, my friends. So those are the top 8 excuses that I have heard, I have used. They're all over the place. If you want a quick little reminder, let's go through them. So that first one is, I don't have time. Second one is, I don't have money. Third one is, I can't do it. I'm not talented. I'm not smart enough. I don't have the skills. The fourth one is, I'm too old to start this. I'm comfortable. I do what I do. I can't do this. I'm just too old. Number 5 is, well, that's not me. And that's that imposter syndrome, right? Like, I can't, no, that's not me. Number 6 is, I'm scared and I don't want to fail. Number 7 is, I'm not ready yet. I have to wait for the perfect time. I have to do this first. I have to do that first. I have to. And then number 8 is that I am so overwhelmed. I don't know where to start, or I feel stuck. Those, my friends, are those 8 excuses. And I hope you love this episode today. And I hope I was able to bust those excuses for you. So the next time they creep into your head and try and get you to stop doing something incredible, you're going to be like, nope, no, thank you. Gone, goodbye, and keep going. All right, friends, I want to hear from you. Let's continue this conversation. Hop on therenaissancemama.com or on Instagram at Courtney Renaissance Mama. And I want to hear from you. What is an excuse you either use all the time or you hear all the time from people? Let's continue this conversation. Thank you so much for checking out the show. I really appreciate all of you, and bye for now, friends.
That was Courtney Riddell, the Renaissance Mama, a big part of the Fired Up Network. Courtney, each and every week, is here with the Renaissance Mama. Now, here's part 1 of a Hall of Fame edition of the Fired Up Live, the flagship show of the Fired Up Network. The National Lacrosse League Championship Cup Game 3, the final game, goes this Saturday. Here's the Hall of Famer John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports and Jim Veltman previewing Game 3 and looking back to Games 1 and 2. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to Outside the Box. And I don't even know what I'm doing here. I am the president of the provinces of Canada, the mayor-elect of North America, soon to run for the mayor of Toronto. But I got 2 Hall of Famers. One, OSG Sports, John Freeman Nelson. There you go. And we go back, not as long as John, all right, but we go back, 25, 30 years. That Scoop, Jimmy Veltman, always going to be the captain, my captain, Captain America, Captain Canada, all right? Jim Veltman here. We're going to talk about Game 3. Yes, right away we get a fire alarm. All right.
Now they're changing classes. That's all that is.
See, you're a teacher. See, you're a Rhodes Scholar. I'm nobody. All right. We're going to talk about the final game, Game 3 in the National Lacrosse League finals here between Colorado and Buffalo. And John, as I predicted, by the way, Jim, you don't know this. John, tell him, what is my record predicting games in the National Lacrosse League for like 6 years?
He's like 120% correct, Jimmy.
Wow.
A good 82%, but who's losing? Okay. But anyways, let's get to you, Jim, first here. Okay. First exciting series last weekend with Colorado, Buffalo, and Buffalo eking out a victory in Game 1 and then losing by 6 goals in Colorado in Game 2. What do you expect in Game 3?
Oh, Game 3 is going to be amazing. It's almost a repeat of last year, wasn't it? Because the same things happened. Unreal lacrosse, goaltending duel. We got two big defenses against each other, although Buffalo defense broke down a little bit last weekend with 16 goals allowed. And then two powerful offenses, right? Last year, Colorado lost pieces of their offense. They lost Ryan Lee during the regular season, and then they lost Eli McLaughlin during the playoffs, which was a big blow, but yet they still found a way to win the championship. As we know, defense wins championships, and Colorado is one of the best in doing that. And backed by their big goaltender, Dylan Ward.
All right. I won't ask you your pick yet, but John, do you agree with Jim?
I was stunned that Buffalo gave up as many goals in Game 2 as they did. It was as uncharacteristic a defensive effort from Buffalo that we've seen in quite some time. And I think that the other aspect in looking at Colorado in this win is just the number of different guys that got on the score sheet. You had 8 different goal scorers for Colorado in game number 2. I mean, when you break it down, Edwards, Ryan Lee with 4, Wardle, Zed Williams with 2, Tyson Gibson scores, Eli McLaughlin has a hat trick, Dylan Kinnear and Connor Robinson has a hat trick. So just the sheer depth of scoring, I think, was another thing to keep an eye on, especially heading into Game 3. Although I know what I think is going to happen in Game 3, it was interesting to see Colorado show up the way that they did in Game 2.
He thinks he knows what's going to happen, but he's always opposite. I'm 82%. He's 28%. What's going to happen in Game 3? I'll go to you, John, first.
I think that Colorado took advantage of travel going from their road game and getting the home game in Game 2. I think they took advantage of that. Even though you've had this big gap of time between Game 2 and Game 3, I think it's Buffalo's. I think that Buffalo can handle the pressure of a championship game, an elimination game, mutual elimination game, whatever you want to call it. But this one's for a title. This one's in your barn. While I think there's pressure more on Buffalo because of not having won it in a while and all of that stuff that's on your shoulders, in Colorado playing with house money coming into a Game 3, I just think that Buffalo is too deep, and I think that they'll get it done in Game 3.
Before I give my pick, Jim, what do you say?
I got 2 answers. One is if Josh Byrne plays for Buffalo on the left side, they need him. They need him badly in the lineup. They didn't have him in Game 1 and 2. I think he's a huge piece to that offense, and I think they'll prevail if he's in the lineup. If he's not in the lineup, I go with Colorado, only because they've been here before. They have those added pieces that I mentioned earlier that weren't there last year that are there this year. So I go with Colorado if Josh Byrne is not in the lineup. So sorry, Joe, I have 2 picks. I got one if he is and one if he's not. He's that big of a piece in my opinion.
Do you guys want to hear, like John says, I'm 120%, all right? Here is what's going to happen. And John, take home. Who is my favorite National Football League team?
The Buffalo Bills.
And the Buffalo Sabres losing the Stanley Cup by Brett Hall's skate in there.
Oh, yeah.
They're playing in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
Last year at this time, these two teams met. Last year at this time, I said the Colorado Avalanche, if they win the cup, will be a daily double for Colorado. The Denver Nuggets are in the NBA Finals. They're going to beat Miami. All right, they are going to beat Miami. So what does that mean?
Nothing.
Nothing. If Denver wins, Colorado's going to win in lacrosse.
No.
It's going to be a nail biter. I see 12-10 with an empty net goal. All right, 12-10 with an empty net goal. So, Jim, I'm going to ask you this. I don't know, John. Let me ask John first.
Okay.
John, do you know Jim Veltman was is the general manager of the New York Riptide, right?
Jimmy's had a lot of praise. He's a Hall of Famer for me when it comes to the sport of lacrosse. There's no question about it.
No. I'm saying, what's his job right now? You can see he's a school teacher, but in the National Lacrosse League. Anyways, we're getting to it. Nobody in Toronto heard that Jim Veltman was relieved of his duties. John, I know you're in Atlanta. They didn't even hear it in Atlanta, right?
No,
nobody hears anything
nothing around the Georgia Swarm ideas or anything like that. Nope.
So take us through what happened. What like in New York Riptide they were building last time you were on here. You know that with Dan Lattiser as the coach, you're building your gear. I actually guaranteed a 6-12 record. I fell one game short. So prediction pretty good. But what really happened in the Riptide?
Well, John, I'm surprised you didn't hear from my nephew. Adam Wiedemann is my nephew. He plays for the Georgia Swarm, so I can't believe Adam didn't.
It was kept in Gas South Arena. It was kept there. They didn't let it leak out.
Well, they're busy with their own losing streak. I think they went 0-7 to start the year and ended up, I think, 9-9, which wasn't bad when you consider their 0-7 start. But in New York, that's what we had too, Joe. We had an 0-3 start. High expectations from ownership. We kind of said at the end of my first season there that we wanted to make the playoffs and we were going to contend to get in the playoffs because I believe that once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen, especially in this game. It's not a 7-game series, right? It's a 1-game quarterfinal. It's a best 2 out of 3 semi, best 2 out of 3 final. Anything can happen in those short series. So we just wanted to make the playoffs. And when we went 0-3, I think the owners were disappointed. They said that maybe I could have done some more. So, hey, I respect that decision. This is a competitive sport. I was in it to win it. I believe in the competition of pro sports. So, when you're not winning, there's going to be casualties. And I was that casualty.
All right. And furthermore, are you still looking for a job in the National Lacrosse League? Because John, I think we should hire him at the Fired Up Network.
I think so.
Yeah.
Well, then what's today if he's not getting hired by Fired?
That's right. That's true. Right. See, look at the words here. But John, and tell them what it's like to work for the president of the provinces of Canada.
See, it's the PPC and the MENA, so the mayor elect in North America. So when you're working with the PPC, you got to keep your head on a swivel all the time, Jim.
No,
self-proclaimed.
So what's left for you, honestly, Jim? What's left for you to do in lacrosse in the National Lacrosse League? Because you've done it all.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm always available, but at the same time, it was time for me to step away, take a break, to reevaluate, what I want to do, what I want to do with my life, with my family, things like that as well, right? So it gives you that opportunity because when you're in it, it's all encompassing. You think about it 24/7. That's just the nature of the sport. It's what it expects. I thought I was doing that. And, when you're relieved of your duties, you get an opportunity to say, hey, step back and say, what do I want to do next? If the right opportunity comes by, I'll definitely take a look at it, but not without discussions with my family.
All right. Very good. So last question here before we close it out. We talked about the championship game 3 on Saturday, 7:30 in Buffalo. What is it like to win a championship? What is it like to hoist up the cup, to party with the players? Your teammates are your family also.
Do you get a day with it, like the Stanley Cup, Jimmy? Do you
Hey, if he did get a day with it, where was my day? And where's my? Do you got a ring? First of all, you know I'm all about bling bling. All right, look at John. All right, did you get a ring? Those cheapskates that's a Toronto Rock. No wonder did they pay a ring, or that's why they moved to the Golden Horse. What's the name of the Toronto Rock?
The Rock of the Golden Horseshoe is what we've nicknamed him.
That's right. Yeah, no, that's probably a good name. Yeah, I got my ring. Sorry, Joe.
But you got more than one. Come on, you can share.
I got several of them. Yes. But I can say that when you win a championship, there's nothing like it. Like it's one of those moments in life that you'll never forget. It's almost like your first child kind of thing, being born. It's that kind of feeling. Not to compare the two, but just to say that new feeling of accomplishment, that you set out a goal at the beginning of the year, you accomplish it at the end with a bunch of guys, that you all had the same goal, you're pulling in the same direction, and there's no feeling like it. Like to be in that, arena with all those fans, it was just tremendous, unbelievable feeling.
All right, and John, Jim, are you an avid reader?
I can be.
All
yes.
Right, John, go ahead with the promo.
Book 6, Noble Strong Lessons in Destiny. You can pick it up on Amazon. You can do a John, Jon Nelson. See, Jon, I'm an H-less John. So John Nelson or Noble Strong search on Amazon. Great story about family in a small town faced with an uphill battle fighting a deadly disease, and how the town came and wrapped themselves around them as the town was chasing after a high school football championship. So that's book 6. Books 7 and 8 are in the queue, and we're trying to figure them out as we speak.
All right, and Jim, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you. And Jim, you don't know this. You've done such a great job.
Here
invite you on here to next week to recap what happened.
I thought you were going to give him a Battlefield promotion and just go ahead and hire him here.
All right, I'll do that. The other Hall of Famer wants me to hire you. Listen, part of the Fired Up Network, you get a ton more zeros than Tom Brady. All right, more zeros than Tom Brady. Do you accept? Do you want to work for Fired Up Network?
Zeros.
Well, anything with the word fired in it, I'm a little bit leary. Sorry.
All right, let's call it Network Fired Up.
It's all about fun. It's all about fun.
That's Fired Up Network. Right.
FUN fun. That's where we are.
I get it. No, for sure.
All right, and last question: when you were playing to now, can you take? Has there been any noticeable differences from a player to a manager to the league growing, the league because when you were playing, I remember covering it. Guys had scrapes, guys had bruises, guys everything. Is it still tough like crazy, or back in the old days, that's what was lacrosse about?
That's what it was about, right? I mean, it was a little chaotic at times, just unbelievable. I think they're taking care of player safety, which I think they should. I don't know how many concussions I probably had that were, gone undiagnosed, but it's just a different game. It really is. I played both ends of the floor. I played defense and offense, and now, they're kind of switching all the time. You have some transition guys that play in both ends, but it's rare. So the game is changing. It's very much coached, more than the creativity aspect. Although when guys get in tight on top of that crease, it's just unbelievable what some of these guys can do with that stick and ball. And the corners that they hit are like ball size. Like, it's unbelievable. And the ball is only, a 3.5-inch diameter. So imagine that, being able to put something that's 3.5 inches within 3.5 inches. That's how close these guys are. It's just amazing what these guys do. Tremendous talent out there. For me, the biggest part that's probably different is the mental side of the game. I think guys aren't as strong mentally, and I say that with a little bit of hesitation, maybe, because I think I'll get some pushback on that. But in my mind, I think when I played, you had to be mentally tough. I mean, everybody's got talent. So what separates the good guys from the bad guys, right? It's I think the mental side of the game.
All right. Again, the National Lacrosse League Championship final happened Saturday, June 3rd. I can't believe we're saying June already. June 3rd in Buffalo, 7:30, Colorado, Buffalo. Jim Veltman says 50-50, Colorado or Buffalo. John has gone on the way saying Buffalo. I'm saying Colorado. No, Colorado's going to win. Colorado's going to win. And then we're going to go to the Mile High City, witness an NBA final, a National Lacrosse League Championship, and we're going to party like it's 1999. Remember 1999, Jim?
I do. I know it well. I partied.
That's right. Party like it's 1999. All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
You well, my friend.
All right.
That's a Hall of Fame edition of Outside the Box with the Hall of Famer John Freeman Nelson of OSG Sports in Atlanta, and also National Lacrosse League Hall of Famer Jim Veltman, formerly of the Toronto Rock. By the way, the Toronto Rock announced they will play their games at the Paramount Fine Food Center in December, starting this year in December, for 2 years till Hamilton's First Ontario Center does renovations there. All right, in about 35 minutes is game one of the 7, the NBA Finals between the Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat. And here's another edition of Ballin' featuring Drew Ebanks and Alex Campbell. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Pasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to Fired Up Live, the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, and welcome to a special edition of Ballin' NBA Finals. Yes, with Captain Canada Drew Ebanks on PlayBasketball.com and Alex Campbell. Fired up, Alex. Yeah. By the way, I took the corporate jet to Denver right here. Like, I look good. Like, come on, Drew. Where's your hair? Let me see your hair.
Looking slick there, Joski.
Slick. All right. So
how's the air up there?
The air is up there is good. Yeah. I took the airplane and everything. Anyways, let's get to this. I'm the only one in the media around the world. I'll play you the tape, Drew. September 28th, 2022, I said the Denver Nuggets are going to meet the Miami Heat in the NBA Finals. The Denver Nuggets are going to sweep the Lakers to get to the finals. Miami is going to take a 3-game to none lead over Alex's Boston Celtics. And like typically Toronto teams, come back to face 3-3, playing at home, and then take the heart out of Boston fans by losing by 20. All right, here we are, Denver, and it's, the people here in Denver, very nice people, very nice people. And I'm wondering, like, what's that smell in the air and everything like that? And, like, it makes me go higher and higher and higher, all right? So, Drew, I'll start off with you. Denver, Miami. But before we get to the NBA Finals, we got to touch on 3 important things here. The coach of the Philadelphia 76ers, Nick Nurse. Drew, they went from a doctor to a nurse. Is that better? Usually you go from nurse to a doctor, but now they did in reverse. And, Drew, I got news for you. It looks like the Philadelphia 76ers are looking at Fred VanVleet.
Wow. I mean, you got to believe that, and I don't think, this is a secret amongst the NBA. At this point in his career, I don't think James Harden is the man. I don't think he's the guy that you can count on in the playoffs. You can count on him in regular season for the most part, but when it comes to the playoffs, he's proven he can't get it done. A guy like Fred VanVleet would fit in there. I think, for Freddie, he has somebody there in Embiid that he can just dump the ball off to. I think maybe that's why he kind of forced a lot of shots this year in Toronto. He didn't really have that confident player down low that he could dump it into. Scotty's there, of course. Pascal's there, for the most part, but sometimes unreliable down the stretch. So I think, to be honest, it might be a good move for Freddie. New scenery, new change of surroundings, and also take some pressure off of him. And with a big man like Embiid, now you have some opening, you have some space to shoot threes instead of a lot of the contested threes. So interesting that he may, end up there, or the rumors are having, that he might go there. But for Nick Nurse, I mean, that's really shocking to me that they would go that route. But hey, Nick Nurse is one that is a smart coach. He's a guy that can kind of think on the fly, probably better than a lot of coaches in the NBA, makes adjustments as well. And I think his main duty with Philly guys is to tell Embiid, play inside, play to your strengths. Don't try to be this three-point shooter. It just takes away from his dominance inside.
Drew, you're wrong. His main duty is tell Embiid not to fight with coaches. All right, Alex, we'll get to you here. As broken here a couple weeks ago, and then you said no, he refuted that. Monty Williams with the Detroit Pistons, and Monty Williams, it should be called Money Williams now. The highest paid coach in the NBA. Go ahead, Alex.
I just, I don't like the hire only because it's not about Monty. It's about the money. It's about the money. Monty is a stepping stone kind of coach. I think we just saw it with Phoenix. You can improve the roster all you want. Ultimately, I love Monty, but I don't know in his potential to lead a young team to a championship or any kind of contention. And I'm about to call them the Lions. The Pistons are very young, and they're just going to get younger. They're going to have another lottery pick in this draft. I don't see that, helping a whole lot with what they've had going, even with Casey. But what I really don't like is the money. I mean, they just backed up the Brinks truck, and they acted like what I'm tired of, with the Tom Gore Pistons, with this ownership group with the Pistons, honestly, is that they constantly chase names and maybe a lengthy resume over a really lengthy job search that ends in a quality candidate. They've done it time and time again with hires. They ended up chasing free agency the same way. Back when Bob, I forget his name now. Van Gundy was the coach. They overpaid for players, and it gives a bad look not just for the Pistons but for all of Detroit sports when you have to overpay for what's not necessarily top tier talent, whether it be a coach or a player. And I apologize to have such a overly negative view on it, but that's just my stance.
It's not really a destination as far as cities, so it's going to be hard. It's kind of like Toronto in a sense, but obviously we've got Drake and people are knowing that Toronto's
Who's that guy? I hear him all the time. Who is he?
The guy. He's the boy. We're the third largest city in North America, so it's a little bit different. Detroit, it's not going to be easy to get free agents to go there, so you're going to have to overpay. No. And also, they're not coming off seasons when they won the championship, Alex. So they're not coming off really much pedigree as far as their last success in the last few years. But for me, I look at Monty Williams basically saying, I'm not going to go to an established team. I think there's enough parts there. I think I can kind of develop, a culture and build something. Because you have to admit, I mean, Cade Cunningham is a superstar potential talent. And then you have some great bigs there as well. Now what you need to do is mix in some veterans, kind of like Corey Joseph, who's there also. But I think it's a hard thing in Detroit, trying to get big time players.
It is a hard thing, but I think the lesson that the Pistons need to learn, no matter who's the owner, who's the general manager, is if you look back in history, the Pistons are one of those teams, and you have these in professional sports that ultimately don't win without a certain identity. You can't just become a 3-point shooting offensive team. That is not how the Pistons are going to win basketball. It just never has been. And in part because you can't afford those top line offensive free agents all the time. The way you're going to build this thing is with a general manager that puts defense first. I mean, and I like some of the young players they have now, but it's going to be a defense first, grit and grind club. I like Cunningham a lot, but I think the effort's not there on a lot of nights. Ivy puts forth more of an effort as really a better
Ivy, great talent right there too.
Yeah, I love Ivy, and looks like a more really offensively flexible version of Drummond. You know what I mean, for them. So I mean, I think I like the young core that they have, and I'll agree that they need to infuse some more talent and probably some veteran leadership. But the way they get this done is by remembering their identity, not forgetting it.
All right, Drew, maybe you want to touch on Milwaukee's new coach, and then we'll go to NBA Finals.
Oh, okay. So Adrian Griffin, obviously, he's been around the Raptors for a bit. It's kind of surprising. I mean, I know that a lot of teams over the last couple of years were looking at Adrian Griffin to be that guy to take the next step. I was a bit surprised that a veteran team like that, a team that's won a title, a team that's finished first in the league or top 2 or 3 in the last few years, went to an Adrian Griffin type coach, coach that has no head coaching experience, but they must see something amazing in him. And obviously, the word out of Toronto is that he has everything that a team would need as far as a head coach. So maybe it is, he's a young coach, but they have a veteran team. So maybe it's more kind of like a morale kind of hire as far as the coach. They don't really need somebody to get them to be professionals. They've already been champions, already been to many Eastern Conference finals. So I think it's a good thing for Adrian's career, obviously. I mean, a bump up in salary, but also it's going to be interesting to see how he works with Giannis and how he works with the other vets. But it also is a good, it shows good on Toronto that Toronto has a coaching tree that they're developing through the organization.
All right. Alex, by the way, we're getting a lot of guys sending comments, especially from a guy named Billy the Greek. He says he's out there scouting new farmland in Boston. No, but the truth is, Alex is actually looking for Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, who did not show up in Game 7. All right, who did not show up in Game 7. So there you go. All right, so now Game 1 tonight in Denver, Miami coming off that thrilling Game 7 victory over Boston, and the Nuggets resting a little bit. But before we get to that in a second, I'm going to ask Alex, does Boston fire their coach? Coming 3-0 down and then coming back and then losing at home the way they did.
Yeah. It's tough because first of all, I just talked about defensive identity. Boston lost entirely. They were the second best defense in the league with Ime Udoka, and now they're bottom third of the NBA. And really they've become just a 3-point shooting team under Mazzulla. And that's just, I mean, if you have the ability to close out on the perimeter, if you have the ability to defend the perimeter the way that they do, you should do it in the modern NBA. It's gonna get you the title and make you a more consistent team. As we saw, that's how you're gonna get down in these depths, is that like you live and die by the three. And that saying's been around since before things depended on the three. But I don't know that they're gonna necessarily get rid of him, only because he was just really brought on as the season started. You looked at all 3 of his assistants just left and joined Houston to go work with Udoka again. His 3 primary assistants, he lost Damon Stoudemire pretty much middle of the season as well, because he didn't really establish a familiarity with him. I think that was a big loss to the coaching staff. And then, like I said, losing all 3 of them just shows that, there wasn't really a continuity there in the coaching staff. And when you think about the timeline, he was brought on a really week before the preseason started in the NBA. So it kind of makes sense. It was kind of thrown together. And honestly, since it was thrown together, it's kind of impressive. I mean, the fact that they put together the record they did. I mean, I know that it's a loaded roster, but that they put the record they did, and got as far as they did in the playoffs. I know they were, the 2 seed in the East, and they were predicted to go deep, but at the same time, they were predicted that way because they were so successful in the regular season. So there's a lot of merit to that, and so I think they're going to give him his time, I believe, to really see how he can take the direction of this team. And really, I think a lot hinges on the decision they make with Brown here in the next couple of weeks or months.
All right, just one more. I'll go to Drew, and then we'll talk NBA Finals. The Raptors coaching search. Houston got their coach, Detroit got their coach, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, and now the Raptors They're talking about their former assistant coach. They talked at beginning with Becky Hammon. I don't know if they're going to bring a doctor in the house or whatever, but I'm tired of these recycled old coaches and all that.
Oh no doctor in this house.
Yeah, no, he likes nurses. Yeah, Drew likes nurses, not doctors. All right, he likes nurses. All right. So, who do you hear, Drew?
I mean, it's the usual suspects. I mean, you would know more than us, probably, Joe.
Yes, I'm setting you up for a fail like I always do. Come on.
Obviously, they mentioned Steve Nash. I'm not sure yet. I'm sold on Nash. Obviously, I'm a pro-Canadian guy. I just feel, for Nash, if he wants to get back into coaching, it would have been great to see him jump on a franchise and just kind of cut his chops a little more as far as an assistant. Again, I'm not blaming him for what happened in Brooklyn with all the chaos and mayhem, the dysfunction there led by Kyrie Irving, it seemed. It's tough to kind of gauge there. But yeah, I mean, there's also been talk of Mark Jackson. That could be a possibility. Before Steve Kerr came along, it was Mark Jackson who kind of built the foundation of that team as far as trying to have success over in Golden State. Obviously, we know he's had some issues with some social issues and things like that, but I think it's overdue for Mark Jackson to get a shot. He's familiar with Toronto as well. So yeah, I think, there's some names out there, and obviously I think there's other names that maybe we haven't even mentioned, but a lot of the choices, I think Monty Williams, I would have loved to see them pursue Monty, but maybe he was asking for, a lot of years, and maybe they just weren't prepared to give him that. And I know there to also mention Jerry Stackhouse, maybe possibly. I loved his time with the Raptors 905. He has a lot of experience now, and obviously being a former player, I think that would be an asset to Toronto. So if there's other names out there, put them out there and let's see, but I think the Raptors are taking very cautious, a route right now for their next head coach.
Alex is just waiting for me to jump in and destroy this guy. So I'm going to say this right now. Whatever Drew said, it's correct, but I didn't listen to the mumbo jumbo that he did for 4 minutes. Then he complains we're only half an hour in. All right. So he gave me a 4-minute spiel about nothing.
4 minutes. That was a minute and a half.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
That
so
wasn't 4 minutes.
I'm going to tell you right now, you know this. They were looking, and he's heavily in consideration. Former Raptor assistant coach, Coach Spain and all that. He's the favorite. There's one guy that nobody's talking about. I don't even know. I heard this today that, we saw you, Jerry, brings guys in that you never heard about and then becomes, fantastic and everything like that. But here's what I have heard today. And Alex and Drew, take this because this is a source that is usually bang on. Nobody has talked about this. It looks like Pascal Siakam is on the block. It looks like not only is he on the block, he's a phone call from the president of provinces of Canada to Portland. Would you do the trade, Damien, for Pascal and Damien and somebody else? Damien Lillard. And somebody else for Pascal. 2 for 1. Would you do that trade? Yes or no? Don't give me a 6-minute answer. Yes or no?
It's really hard to
You're
say.
going on 6 minutes.
Hold on. Pascal Siakam is a foundation here. Obviously, we know he's not a number one superstar type player. So if you move him and you can get a Damian Lillard, of course you have to go. That's a no-brainer. I mean, I believe Anthony Simons and possibly Lillard for him. Simons would be phenomenal. Obviously, they're going with Shaedon Sharpe, I think, over in Portland. So I think for them as well, they would be benefit from Pascal Siakam as a veteran big man that they could go to. So I do that in a heartbeat if you can get Damian Lillard. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's a closer and now sets your team up for a lot of success, I think, with the parts that the Raptors have. Being able to keep a guy like OG Anunoby, you have, of course, the former Rookie of the Year as well in Scotty Barnes, and then you have your big man in Pirtle. There's a good little foundation there for the Raptors if they can get Damian Lillard.
Alex, what do you say?
Yeah, I think that there's a he's right. I mean, you jump at it, if that's the opportunity, honestly. If that's the baseline question, then yes, I think you do it just to see if the juice is worth the squeeze with what Lillard has left in the tank. You know what I mean? But if you're asking my opinion, if you make me GM, I don't really like it. I don't. But anytime an NBA team pursues a veteran like that's that far, into their contract years, I don't usually love it. I think that they're typically overpaying. That said, though, Siakam is not really short in the tooth necessarily either. So you're giving up one of the older, like you said, foundational pieces for another older foundational piece from another team. And like I like the fit, from a basketball standpoint, like you said, Drew, I do like the fit with the rest of the team. But you got to wonder if they want to pay that number for him and everything like that.
All right, I'm going to give one more, and I
Need a
promise
closer.
we're going to talk about NBA Finals. Now, I'm a good, close personal friend of this guy, number 23. No, not Michael Jordan. Number 23 in Golden State. Good, close personal friend. Looks like Golden State is not going to sign him, and Golden State obviously has, with their GM stepping down and all that, has problems there and all that. Drew, would you look at Draymond Green to the Raptors, because he's a type of player? Maybe he's a little bit older or whatever, but he's a type of player that hustles and he starts fights, and maybe that's what they need, because the slogan, even from Dwayne Casey years, is "Pound the Rock." That guy will pound everything. Go ahead.
Oh, I mean, if you can get Draymond Green at a reasonable amount, I mean, imagine if the Raptors could pull off a Damian Lillard and a Draymond Green. Now you have somebody that can anchor your defense, and not only anchor your defense, but bring a mentality to the other young players on how to play defense and maximize their skills. Obviously, with a Draymond involved, you're going to get technicals, you're going to get histrionics, you're going to get that. But number one, you're going to get energy, you're going to get a veteran experience, and then imagine you have a closer on the offensive side in Damian Lillard. I mean, this team, if you could pull two moves off like that, you basically, I think, with the parts that the Raptors have, you keep an OG and an Obi, and even if you you can keep the rest of the young guys and maybe pull in another veteran, you have a team that I think can contend with those two players in the East.
Yeah.
All right, Alex. Cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I mean, if you could do that, I think it's gonna be hard to separate Draymond from the Warriors. He's like we talked about, the other two guys, a foundational piece there. And
isn't that why Myers left, Alex? He don't want no part of that breakup.
He didn't want to tell
that cuts that pie in three parts.
That's why he left. You got to assume something along those lines, right? And at the same time, you also see that really Steve Kerr, and I think there's a divide there. I really do. And I think I think you guys nailed it, because I think that's the divide. Publicly, Kerr has said, and not only publicly, my dad told me something a long time ago. He said, when a man shows you who he is, trust him. And Steve Kerr has shown you who he is. He wants to go with these veterans. He wants to continue to build this team around Curry, Clay, and Draymond into the future. He has said as much, and when given the opportunity, he has played as much. Kuminga doesn't see time on the floor in meaningful moments. Wiseman was traded away as a second overall pick and plays a different style. Poole was signed to a long-term extension. Why? Because he plays a similar style. You know what I mean? So they are committed to that nucleus, and Steve Kerr is. And it's what's interesting is if it came down to Kerr or him, and Myers left. And also look at the potential of maybe all of this ending in Kerr going upstairs to that office and assuming that role. That's what he's going to do. All right, 21 minutes in, and Drew Ebanks had said nothing here. So now we're going to talk about the NBA Finals, Game 1 here. That's right, NBA Finals. And I'm not going to go to Drew first. I'll go to Alex, all right? Game 1, Denver, Miami. First of all, before I get to the series, who do you like in Game 1, and then who do you like in the series?
All right, I like Denver in Game 1, and I like Denver in the series.
How many games?
That's a smart man.
Yeah, I like Denver in 6. I think the culture of Spoelstra and the power of Jimmy and the role players can steal 2 games. But at the end of the day, I don't think it matters. The Nuggets have been the best team in the playoffs by far. I don't think it's been all that close, really, when you watch it. I just don't think they've had as many. And Malone's right to a certain point. They haven't had as many eyeballs on them as the other teams have, even in the playoffs. But I mean, they've been the best team in the playoffs. They have the best 1-2 punch. A lot of people now are talking about, is this the best, playoff guard combo we've seen since maybe like a Kobe and Shaq, which I think is a lofty aspiration. But, at the same time, when you really think about it, I mean, they're playing at an elite level. And now you see the Heat talking about maybe bringing, Tyler Hero back, in this series again. He's ruled out for game 1, but they're saying potentially game 4. I don't love any of that, because Hero was a liability on defense to begin with. If you put him in there as a hobbled Tyler Hero, I mean, they are going to hunt him down in the pick and roll, and Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray are going to destroy hobbled Tyler Hero in the pick and roll.
So before Drew chimes in here, I'll go to you in the same question to Drew. I think we're all going to call Denver to win. If Denver wins, is Jokic a Hall of Famer then?
Yeah, Jokic is a Hall of Famer now, I think. I mean, he's
the ring, right? Because he has one MVP, but he doesn't, show up in the playoffs, I guess.
One.
Yeah. Not one. Not. I don't mean one MVP. I mean he has won the MVP, and you know what I mean. So he hasn't showed up in the playoffs. Now, if he wins the title, does that cement him into a definite Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think the argument is a definite Hall of Famer and really kind of an all-time great, right? I think that's really the question. Is Jokic now on the echelon as an all-time great NBA player if he wins this title? I think he is. And I think even whether or not he wins this title, he's probably going to win another one or another one after that. His skill set as a big is something that we just really haven't seen before, and he has some time on that skill set now, where even injuries aren't really going to set him back ultimately too much. He's not really a largely mobile guy in the first place. He's relatively slow for an NBA player. He jumps off the floor about 3 inches. I'm not sure he could jump up into a curb. You know what I mean? So he's got, really his game, I don't see it, really, decaying much over the years. I think he's going to hold up for a long time, and he's going to be the main prong in a title team or one of the, really good role players in a title team for a long, long time.
Drew, and even now, he's getting, I think there's still, he could get better. And speak about somebody getting better, Canadian Murray there, I think today or this series, he will cement why he's probably in the top 3 of point guards in the NBA right now. And he still, remember, he missed a year. He still could be better.
Oh, definitely he could be better. I'm getting ready to go to Kitchener to celebrate my 3rd Canadian championship trophy with the Larry O.B. I'm telling you.
Wait a minute. Are you going to pass it to the president of the provinces of Canada? You're not
100%.
used to gold. You're used to fake gold. I'm used to gold.
No. I've held that thing twice already. I'm ready to hold it 3 times. Tristan Thompson, Corey Joseph, both. I'm looking forward to getting out to Kitchener. I think Jamal Murray's a guy, you've seen him do it. He has a lot to prove. He feels that he should be mentioned among the greats, especially after what he did in the bubble. Unfortunately, with the injury, took him out. But the way he's playing right now, he's cooking. Everything's going well. The chemistry between the two of them is phenomenal. Probably the best chemistry in the league right now. You love the pick and roll. You love the little pocket passes. You love the lobs, like the touch on the lobs when Jokic cuts to the hoop is incredible. I think there's a lot of factors here. The altitude, of course, is always an advantage for Denver. That's going to be tough, especially in game 1 for Miami to overcome. I just think they've got too much talent, too much length, too much size, and they can put several guys up against Jimmy Butler that are going to pose a problem for him. Aaron Gordon being one of them. He's got the length to do it. You can put Michael Porter Jr. on him. You could even put Kentavious Caldwell-Pope on him. He's such a tough defender. And those guys like KCP, Bruce Brown, they've showed they can come in and make plays. And there's guys on the bench of Denver, if they have to get to it, they can go to. So very, very deep team. I have Denver winning at the most 6, but I'm looking at 5 games in 5, Denver taking it and winning their first NBA championship.
Yeah, and don't forget, Denver's got an extra week of rest, and they're playing with home court advantage. So they not only are they the statistical and on-paper favorite, but they've got pretty much every other factor in their favor.
Everything's in their favor. And you know what? It's almost too good of a, you always say teams are looking to, their bumps and bruises, and they're just hoping to be semi-healthy going into the NBA Finals. And you look at this Denver team, and they've got a lot of positives for them. Now, is the Jimmy Butler factor and Bam Adebayo going to be enough for the Miami Heat? Bam has to play like a superstar for them to even have a chance. But
we're missing one guy you're not talking about and you know who I'm talking about, because this is the final. This is the finals.
I'm getting there, but you got me. I was gonna get there, but go ahead.
This is the finals. This is his pretty much last hurrah. All right, let's face it. And if anybody has heart, if anybody who could take, if Jimmy's having a poor game and throw 25 points himself and all that, I'm not saying Miami's going to win, but Miami definitely, they may lose in 5 or 6 games, but it will be 103, 102 games, 103, 100 games. It's not going to be a blowout and all that, because this guy, Jimmy Butler, they call him Playoff Jimmy and all that. You see his eyes. And then
I think you can see some blowouts. I don't know about that. I think
I don't think we're going to have, maybe we'll have a blowout in game, but I don't hear. What do you say, Alex?
Well, I think there'd be a mix. You probably see a couple 20-point games in there, but like at the same time, what you got to acknowledge, no matter what happens, if they get swept and it's all 30-point games, even if that happens, the Heat have done an amazing job this year. Absolutely amazing. I mean, Spoelstra's got to be coach of the year in my mind. I mean, I don't know who won it or who's going to win it, but he is. To me, Spoelstra, you got to look at the work that he's really done with that team. It's phenomenal. Look at the contributions from, Caleb Martin in this series. Duncan Robinson has revitalized his career. I mean, honestly, if a year and a half ago I'd ask you, do you think Duncan Robinson's going to be a feature player on a title team? Pretty much that would have been the most laughable take in America. But he is, and here he is. So I think Spoelstra's done an amazing job with that roster. And because of the magic of that, really, I believe in franchises that are strong at top and down the middle, and they've got a good owner, they've got a good GM, great all-time type GM, they've got a great all-time type coach, and they've got a great all-time player in Jimmy Butler. They're just really good up the middle, you know what I mean? And so I think ultimately they've got a fighter's chance. I'm not going to say like there's no chance in the world they're going to win. I think there really is. And like you said, it would take Bam to play out of his mind. Everything pretty much hinges on Bam Adebayo for the Heat in this series, and really also, can Caleb Martin keep up the pace? Those are the two questions for the Heat. If those two things can happen, which are not likely, they really do have a chance. And I would give all the faith in that to, like I said, the Riley, Spoelstra, and Jimmy Butler, all three of them.
Okay, before we touch Canadian basketball, as we close off this edition of Ball In here, I'm going to ask both you guys. Alex, I'll start off with you. Okay, Denver, Miami, next year's NBA final. Right now, I'm going to play back the tape because I was the only guy in September that said Denver, Miami. Right, Drew? All right. So next year, 2024, NBA finals, Alex Campbell, fired up Alex. He's fired up. Tell everybody who it's going to be the NBA finals.
In the NBA finals 2004, I think the Celtics are going to make it back to the finals from the East.
Wrong.
Okay. And then I like the Nuggets to return. I think we're going to go Nuggets Celtics next year.
All right, Drew.
Drew,
it's a half an hour show already.
That's
Come on.
One. I mean, you look at Nuggets and you look at what they're building. If they can stay healthy, yes. I think in the East, I think Milwaukee will be back. And it will be in the finals.
Yeah. So you think they learn management here and take it a little more seriously, and I think they return too. I really think Milwaukee is going to have a deeper run next year's finals. They're going to factor a lot more.
All right. So, Drew, let's talk about Canadian basketball as we close it out here. By the way, the Scarborough Shooting Stars, we do have another team, GTA area, Brampton, but the Scarborough Shooting Stars home opener happens tomorrow, Friday, and then they play another game on Sunday here. Alex, by the way, Drew Ebanks is going to be sitting courtside, hobbing with everybody there and having a wobbly pop or two. The cheapskate doesn't pay for a wobbly pop for me, but go ahead, Drew.
Oh yeah, it's going to be great. The league is off to a fantastic start. 7,300 fans in Winnipeg, Alex, for their home opener. 7,300. in Winnipeg. Not a whole lot to do there, but it's still a great sign for the league. I believe Calgary, the Surge, sold out their opener as well. Good to see a guy like Simi Shitu, who's tried out and played in the G League for Chicago, up there. And a lot of Canadian talented players are playing this year. Scarborough was without Jalen Harris a couple days ago. I believe he was in Utah for a little mini camp there, as well as Christian Vital as well from Brampton. So a lot of guys in this league are getting NBA G League looks. So Scarborough, yeah, they're going to take on the Sea Bears, Winnipeg Sea Bears. That's on Friday.
Cool logo. Look at that logo. That is
very cool logo, very cool colors. It's going to be pretty hype there. I think I'm heading out over to the game with Rowan Barrett, RJ Barrett's dad. He's my guy.
Well, this guy name drops everybody. He doesn't say he's with the president, but look,
we're gonna go check out the game and check out some Canadian talent. And then Sunday they play again. So it's great to see this league. Wish you could come up, Alex, and really check out some of the action before the end of the summer.
Drew Ebeck's going to send him
at Joe's house. You can stay at Joe's house. He's a big palatial estate with all those heroes that he's bringing in. Yeah. So you can stay there for sure. But I also want to point out the Canadian senior women's team getting ready for the World Cup. They have a big game, exhibition game against Japan. That's on Friday on Foods Memorial Center in Victoria, BC. That's a 7:30 Pacific time, so that's 10:30 our time. They're getting ready. You know what I mean? They're getting ready to face some great competition this summer. So tickets are still available. The Rim to Rim is what it's called. The event, Rim to Rim exhibition game. So look out for that for Canada. And also, all our teams, our U16s, our U19s for the men's and women's are getting ready for the FIBA Americas, for the World Championships as well. So as usual, you can check onpointbasketball.com. We'll have all the updates on all those international competition games. Sean, our writer, Sean McLean, is going to be on that, and we'll probably have to get another one because there's so
big up to Sean. Big up.
So yeah, it's great.
I'm sorry, that's to your brother, Sean.
I'm looking forward to it, and you can always find me as usual onpointbasketball.com, at Instagram onpointbasketball, at Drew Ebanks on Twitter, LinkedIn On Point Basketball, Facebook the same, as well as YouTube. Make sure you check out our content.
And I got some announcements to make before I go to Alex here. Depending how long I go tonight on Fired Up Live here, we are possibly doing a post-game show. So, Alex, you can come. If you can't, Drew Ebanks is not doing anything. He's just combing his hair. So by like 10:45, 11 o'clock, if I'm still on the air, we'll do a quick post-game of Game 1. Also, we're going to do a post-game for sure in Game 2. But here's an announcement. I have secured the services of my good, close personal friend, not Drew's, good, close personal friend.
Not me?
Yeah, no, he doesn't like you. Doesn't like you. You haven't paid for anything for Alex to come by and see the CEBL or whatever. A good close personal friend, Tracy Murray, is going to be back here on the Fired Up Network for next week for possibly Game 3, 4, and 5. And tonight, after this, you better stay and watch Fired Up Network because nobody has this. Dr. J, Julia Turbin. Yes, I brought in the big guns. Game 1, big guns. Your new name should be Fired Up Drew. What's your hashtag, Alex?
Fired Up Alex on Twitter, on Instagram, everywhere, man.
Make sure he pays you for that and not in zeros.
He's been partying like it's 1999. Big up yourself, Drew. Big up yourself. All right. So again,
Dr. J.
We're calling Denver to win. Are you game or blowout, Alex? And then I'll go to Drew.
I call a blowout in Game 1. I think that's one of the signs of the disparity in the contest here.
So Alex is saying Denver wins 105-55. All right, yep. Denver. Drew, go ahead.
I think it's going to be double digits. I think obviously the momentum. I think maybe Miami can start off pretty good because they just recently came off the series. They're going to have that energy. But I think once that altitude hits them, it's going to smack them in the face. And I don't know if they're going to have energy in that second half to keep it up. So I see it double digits, somewhere between 10 and 15. I'll give Miami a little credit for being able to keep things close, maybe in garbage time. But I don't see them beating Denver at all in this series. I think this too, as we talked about Joker, this has to be his, in a way, I'm not taking anything away from Jimmy Butler. I'm not taking anything away from Bam Adebayo, but this has got to be the easiest route you could possibly have, you know, with an injured Tyler Hero as well. Yep. You got to shut down Caleb Martin. Who's Caleb Martin? Come on, shut him down. This should be that cementing moment that Joker wins it. And yes, he will cement himself in the Hall of Fame. I mean, with two back-to-back MVPs, you pretty much do that. And he's got still a body of work still to add to it. Generational type player, only rivaled maybe by Domantas Sabonis, who they said was kind of the same player in his prime.
I agree with that, and I think all of us are Denver.
Or Arvydas Sabonis. Did I say Domantas? Yeah, Arvydas, the dad.
He's having a little bit of the wobbly pops already before Friday night and Sunday game. And he has old age, you know, it's a little bit old age also, all right? So there you go. That's Drew Ebanks, onpointbasketball.com. Check it out. They do a great job. And Fired Up Alex. Alex is going to be the writer for Fired Up Network covering the series here. I'm here for game 1. Maybe Alex will be here for game 2 or 3. I don't know. It looks good in that Boston area. And here is a little bit smoky, all right? So that's all I'm saying. But again, check out Dr. J coming up right now after this. Also, Tracy Murray back next week. And next week here on Fired Up Live, we mentioned Dr. J tonight. Drew, Clyde Drexler next week. And we got Muggsy Bogues the week after. All right. So we got amazing roster here on the Fired Up Network. Drew Ebanks, Captain Canada, onpointbasketball.com, and Fired Up Alex Campbell, writing for Fired Up Network. Any last comments, Drew? Don't give me like a 6-page here. Come on.
No, I'm just excited, man. It's going to be a great weekend. The weather's phenomenal here in the 6th. So, you know, if you're not in a gym, which I will be a little bit, I'm hoping to get out on Saturday.
You haven't hit the gym since 1962, man.
I live in the gym, but I need a break. So Saturday, I'm going to be out enjoying the amazing weather and as well.
Where are you taking me Saturday, Drew? Where are you taking me?
I'm sorry, man. This one's reserved for the other half, brother. Appreciate it, though. Next week. I got you next week.
Wait, is that the front or back half? Never mind. Alex, any big plans for this weekend?
No, not really. I'm just going to enjoy the basketball and, you know, hang out with family. And, you know, that's about it, man. That's about it. I'm excited. I'll tell you what, I'm excited that the kind of the latent period in sports is coming to a close. The finals are starting. This is a weird time.
That was Ballin with Drew Ebanks, Captain Canada, and Alex Campbell of Fired Up Network. The NBA Finals Game 1 just began, and it's 4-4 between Miami and Denver. As you know, 2 weeks ago, we announced that we did a partnership with the Junkyard Dog, Jerome Williams, former Toronto Raptor. And Junkyard Dog has been great to provide great interviews. Nobody has this interview that I'm going to play, but here on the Fired Up Network, it's with Dr. J, Julius Ervin. Here it is, Junkyard Dog and Dr. J.
Hey, welcome to the show. It's your boy JYD, Jerome Williams, Junkyard Dogs in the building. And without me even going into it too far, I have someone very special and dear to not only the Dog Pound, but the whole Williams clan, the whole JYD. It all started with Doc. And I got to introduce one of the icons of all icons, Hall of Famer. I mean, not only led the NBA, but pretty much ushered in and carried it on his back for years and decades. This guy is world renowned. The infamous Dr. J. Julius. Dog. That's it.
It's all good, man. Thank you for the introduction. Always good to get with you, chat. I mean, you always got a big smile on your face, and always got those little ones with you, teaching them how to join the pound. And,
that's right.
Operate. So they got a little doctor stuff going there too, because your boys can operate, and you always do, man. So one thing I enjoy about you is you're always upbeat and personable, and you're the same guy every time I see you.
Come on, Doc. Got to
yeah.
Gotta keep the same. People.
Yeah.
I can't do the hills and valleys. I gotta stay on.
Yeah. This is over 40 years, man.
That's right.
A lot of years.
It's a lot of years, and
if I could ask you a question, what's your secret, man?
What was my secret?
Yeah.
Well, the secret you told me was always find a good missus to put on your arm.
Yeah.
I think that's something that a lot of us kind of either neglect or don't take full advantage of, because we're maybe looking at some grass being greener on the other side, but I stayed true to the lawn that I was gifted, and I made sure I took care of my lawn. I wasn't worried about somebody else's lawn and trying to hop over to the other green grass pastures.
And that is a gift. Finding that person in your life. I'm married for the second time, and first one was 30 years, and this one we're coming up on 20. So I've been married since I was like a puppy, whatever. And now at 73, I just told her, I said, I'm gonna be around till I'm 93, so don't be planning no tricky stuff.
That's right.
I got another 20 years.
You got another 20 good years, Doc.
Yeah.
We on our show, obviously, IP Famba is intellectual property for athletes, made by athletes. That's the whole technology behind what we do. We try to instill this in the young people from middle school all throughout their athletic journey. And so here is this new wave of not only technology coming together, but being able to educate these youngsters as well as some of the older cats, as we can see with, if you just watch the news, people's levels of their name, image, and likeness are like the stock market. They go up, they go down. So first question to you is, when did you realize that your name, image, and likeness was actually worth something?
I think while I was in college, I played freshman basketball, because back then, come in first year, you got to play on the freshman team.
Right.
So I'm playing on the freshman team, and I'm at UMass, and we're running the table. We beat everybody. We had like a 15-0 season or whatever. But after one of the games, I went to watch the varsity play. So I'm sitting up in the bleachers in our building, which was a nice building. It hold 3,000 or 4,000 people, whatever. So I'm sitting up there, and a kid comes up to me after sliding past about 12 people with a pen and pad, and he said, "Can you sign this for me?" And I had never done an autograph for anybody before, So I said, "Me?" And he said, "Yeah, I just watched you play, and I got to get this signature, whatever." He was very, very, very polite. So, so I signed Julius Erving, right? And then I looked at it, and I realized it looked like chicken scratching.
Uh-oh.
That autograph was terrible, man. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to fix this. So
Right.
I started working on a really nice autograph
Yeah.
from that moment on. And I realized that was something I didn't get paid for it or anything, but it was something that somebody wanted. And they were polite enough to ask. They knew how to do it. They were prepared, and it was of value to them.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much where it started, man. While I was in college, and Converse was the first company that I signed a contract with after I became a pro, and the whole Converse story with me. I mean, it's been a lifetime, and still waiting for that lifetime deal from them.
Come on now. Hey, we need to speak that into existence. That needs to go down today, Doc.
Yeah, I think it's right. It's right around the corner. It's no pressure, but it's like I've been associated with them for so long. I couldn't change if I wanted to.
That's right.
So I'm still rocking my stuff, and Converse was acquired by Nike, so they're under that bigger umbrella,
right?
Or whatever. But they still operate as an independent entity globally. So I've been able to travel around the world because of Converse, man. They first ones to take me to South America. They took me to China. They took me to obviously in leaving the States, Mexico, Canada, and all the states in the U.S. I mean, we had programs back in the day where we just gave shoes away. So we would go, we tried to give shoes in all 50 states.
Right.
Identify, some kids who were playing and who might have been living in an underserved community and whatever, and come in there with 50 or 100 pair of shoes or whatever, and that would make their day. I mean, it's made for an early Christmas.
Hey, and especially coming from you, that's a whole different gift.
Yeah, I mean, I did feel like Santa Claus, a fictional character made real, because you get out when you get into the community. Community's everything, man. Recently, I went back to my hometown in Roosevelt, Long Island, and Nancy Lieberman Klein. Her company, they do DreamWorks, so they do courts.
And she did a court for you?
They redid the court, man.
Come on. Shout out to Nancy. She's dog pound. That was my first professional job, came from Nancy Lieberman, coaching the Big Three with Team Power for the championship, Doc.
Yep. Yep, I was there.
You were there. You were there. Give me hugs and high fives. Doc, you got people here in the chat saying, hey, Doc, in no way he's 73. That's my man, Don Deaton, played with me at Montgomery College. I see Michael Graham from Georgetown alumni. They love you, Doc. Getting a lot of love, man.
Thank you. Love you guys too.
My next question, Doc, as you were early in your career, because these are some of the gems that you throw out a lot of times that I know, but I want you to share with other people. Who was that person that when you played with or against, I should say against, that you then said to yourself, okay, I'm a pro. I'm about to be that guy. Who's that guy, that matchup, and you figured it out, like, hey, if I can do it against him, it's shut it down. I know the answer.
All right. Well, that's a good one, man. But I mean, I felt like, since I came out of school in 71, and he came out in like 69, 70, and 7'2", and dominating everybody, So I always felt like I was in Kareem's shadow.
That's it. That's the one.
I was like, I got to break out from under this shadow at some point,
Right.
So when we swept him in '83, it took a long time to get there. But
it took a while.
So we got there, man. We sent them home, and they came over and congratulated us. And I mean, it was a real nice thing, because it was earned. It wasn't given.
No, it wasn't. And you had to get through Boston to get there.
Yeah, Boston, New York, Milwaukee, But Milwaukee was, as great a rivalry with Philly as Boston was. Boston historically it was, but during my era, when they had Marcus Johnson and Mickey Johnson and Bob Lanier, that
Big
whole
Bob.
crew, yeah, they had that whole crew, man. Quinn Buckner was there. Yeah, that was a special team, man, and they couldn't get by us. We had more 1-point games with them than anybody. Coming down to the last shot.
Yeah. So the one thing I want to bring up, and I want you to be able to touch on this with your own voice, is I think we need to start a petition that all the points that icons like yourself brought to the game should be in the overall points perspective of the NBA. I see these games and I see these players today reaching greater and greater heights at the level, and we respect them, especially as legends. You know this. You always shout out. I always shout out the next generation. Shout out the people who paved the way. So if the NBA took over the ABA, those points should always be in. So I'm gonna let you tell your story, because you're up in the 30,000s when we're talking about the combination of the points, and not just in the top 25 of NBA.
Yeah, it's a fan's argument, I guess, because players know. There's 8 people who have scored more than 33,000 points in their careers, and I'm one of them. And and this is, ahead of some guys who were significant scorers. I mean, you're talking Moses Malone, George Gervin, Dan Issel, John Havlicek. You're talking, guys who, with all their points, they don't make it to 30.
Yeah.
And now, you probably obviously Durant's going to get there in a minute or whatever.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So he's the next guy on track, I think. And there's some tremendous scorers in the game, and there's been tremendous games in ABA and NBA history, man. I think of, sometimes when I watch these playoffs or whatever, and I see games and I see the commentary, and they say, well, that's the first time anybody ever did that, scored 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 assists or whatever. And how many times that's been done in the playoffs?
Correct.
Man, in the ABA and even in the NBA, Wilt and Russell, going out there getting 25, 30 rebounds or whatever. My last playoff series in the ABA, we played the Denver Nuggets, and they had David Thompson, and they had Dan Issel, and they had Ralph Simpson, who was great. And they had Bobby Jones, one of the greatest defenders of all time, who's in the Hall of Fame because of his defensive prowess.
Bobby could play some D.
So they have 4 Hall of Famers on their team, and really, I was the only Hall of Famer on my team, because Brian Taylor, never got overlooked. John Williamson got overlooked, and wasn't any other Hall of Famers on there, man. And we played that first game in Denver, and we got a split. We won the first game and lost the second game. And I had 45 in the first game and 48 in the second game. Just to establish that we came to play and we came to win.
We came out here to do it up big. Yes.
And this wasn't against no chumps. This wasn't against no chumps. And we ended up winning that series in 6 games. And that was the last of the ABA. And
right.
I'm so glad that people like yourself and so many others, Peter Vesey and Bob Costas and guys who were part of that experience are still around, to keep it alive and to validate, the things that were ABA stuff. And I love it, man. And a decision made when you come out of college to go to one league versus the other or whatever, it can have a different impact on your life. But it's just like Frank Sinatra. I adhere to that. I said, but I did it my way.
Yeah.
And then maybe I get penalized, sometimes when they just leave my name off, statistically. But the essence of my game and the effect that it had on people, who came and who paid and who didn't want to look down in that popcorn bag because they know they might miss something. They need to keep their head up all the time, eyes on number 32, eyes on number 6.
Yep.
And I got that type of feedback. They were like, man, I came to watch the game. I couldn't take my eyes off you, And God gifted me with, something, that was maybe a little different. Was it better? I don't know. I mean, I never played on a team in the pros, ABA or NBA, that had a losing season. I never played on a team that never made the playoffs. So for those 16 years,
Stop it.
We were in the playoffs every year. We gave ourselves a shot. We had a chance at 6 championships and brought 3 home, 2 ABA and 1 NBA. So I don't
3 out of 6.
Yeah, I don't look back and think about doing anything any differently because I utilized what I was blessed to do and tried to pass that on. Anytime a guy came and joined my squad, I take him home to dinner, and I want him to feel at home in my home and understand that this was now his home because he's my teammate.
That's right.
I was like that with all my teammates, man. When they came in, and Andrew Toney was one of those guys that I particularly liked, John Williamson, Larry Keenan, when they came in, because that's what guys did to me when I was in Virginia. So when I came in, Ray Scott, took me under his wing and said, young fella, this is what we do here. This is how we do it. So we all need that type of guidance, JYD. We all need it.
We do.
And we need to be for it, though, to become the beneficiary of it. You need to listen more.
That's
than
right.
talk. Don't come in yap, talking.
You gotta let them go. And you know what? I'm here because I'm all about giving people their flowers.
Yes.
Doc, you deserve your flowers. And I we're gonna get into exactly why we have a real connection for people who don't know, but I want you to touch on the fact that, we grew up playing a little bit of 3-on-3, right? You and I. Yes. And that was one of the biggest games for us when we couldn't get that 5-on-5 going. There was a lot of 3-on-3 where we actually homed in on a lot of our skills because there was a lot of space and a lot less activity with less people out there. And a few years back, actually to be 6 years ago, we were both asked by Ice Cube, historic rap icon, to come participate in his Big 3. And now they have the trophy, the championship trophy is the Dr. J. Julius Erving championship trophy. And, trophies live on for long periods of time. Talk about, being honored in that way, to have something named after you that people hoist up and say, yo, I got to this point in my life where I can hoist up this trophy.
Yeah, I found that it's been so rewarding post-playing career, to still have recognitions. Hall of Fame was obviously probably the biggest 5 years after basketball. The NBA this year, they named the Slam Dunk Champions Trophy after me. And with the Big 3 for the championship trophy to be, Julius Erving Award, and many things like that have happened in the. I've been out of the game, JYD, man. 1987 was a long time ago, right? 87. So you add 13 and you add 23, that's 39, right?
Yeah.
36. I've been out 36 years, so I'm out more than twice as long as I was there. And I think if I walk into a building in Boston Garden or Los Angeles or anywhere, Chicago or whatever, there's going to be a recognition. And it's not, I used to always think of the boxers, man, when when a guy, got old and he came to the fight and he was, sitting in the front row and, he wasn't looking too good.
Right.
Yeah, and I was like, I don't want to be that guy, man.
You don't want to be that guy.
So my wife is, first and foremost in terms of, you can't leave the house till you get it correct.
Oh.
you got to get it right because you represent this family. You represent me and these kids.
Tell your wife I said hi, and she's doing a great job. I'm sitting here watching the fight, Devontae fight 2 weeks ago. David. I see they got celebrities coming to the fight, and they said, "Oh, Dr. J just pulled up." Doc steps out the limo, got on the leather jacket, looking slick, the shade, the hat. I was like, "Oh!" I said, "This is my dog. Let me hit Doc." I'm hitting Doc. Doc hit me back. Yeah, bro. Thanks for the shout out. Oh man, it's those moments, though, man. That, it's just fun. So she's doing a fantastic job with the style. It's all about the fashion, and Doc still got it smooth.
Yeah. Stay current. I got a lot of old stuff in the closet. I got some new stuff. Got this line over this place called Indochino, man. Woo! I need to turn you on because I need to turn you on. They just take your measurements, custom made suit.
Okay.
And they don't cost nothing, man.
Okay.
Custom made suit. You're talking about like $1,500, whatever, Because you can go in some stores $5,000, $6,000, $10,000.
Right. That's a fact.
This place, custom made, they deliver it in 2 weeks.
Come on.
It's a bad place, man.
Okay.
So I'm rocking those lately. I got about 5 or 6 of them. And my boy LT Brinkley, he sent me over there, and then they wouldn't even take my money when I went over there. He said, "Mr. Brinkley got this covered." I said, "Now that's what."
Well, I mean, come on, Doc.
That's what friends.
Your Doc, man. They got to give you your flowers, man. They got to do what they do all day, every day, And let's hop into this. I want to take you back to the year 1993.
Okay.
Daytona Beach. It was sand. The sand was popping. The sun was shining. And Doc was doing his tour, with Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And I'm in the crowd, and I just see Doc looking at me eye to eye through this crowd of 5,000 people. And so I'm saying to myself, yo, there is Doc staring right at me. And he's doing his warm up. He's putting on the show, still got it, balls going through, crowds cheering. And then Doc says the magic words that I hear echo in my ear, every night. "Who wants to play me one-on-one?" And I'm like, oh, no, he didn't. All these hands go up and people shouting, "Man, Doc, pick me, pick me." I'm in the back like, "Doc, you know what to do." And Doc like, hey, that guy in the back with the yellow t-shirt. Yep, that's the one I want. And you brought me to the front of all these people in 1993. And then he proceeded to tell the, people that, I was getting ready to get to, but he wasn't going to be too hard on me. I was just this young kid, no scholarship offers, none of that. Just, playing on the streets, played at Montgomery College, Division III Community College. And we proceed to check ball, which you did give me ball first. I said, we're going to shoot for you. Like, nope, you got it. And I remember just, I was like, well, let me make sure I got this ball low. Look at Doc's stance. Doc, I always grew up low man wins, so I was trying to get down. Doc is in triple threat defensive stance, and the people are like, what is this young boy getting ready to do? And we started going at it. You blocking shots, I'm trying to get to the cup, and it's like it's all out war. And I was saying to myself, oh, is this what it's like? Oh my goodness. Doc is here not playing around. Yeah. Scores going back and forth. Then I remember that, you started lightening up a little bit. The crowd was getting into it. And I just felt about that time when, if I'm gonna make anything of myself, I'm playing against a living legend who I grew up idolizing. I gotta give it everything I got. So Doc, you know what I did next, Doc? I came up out that yellow t-shirt. My Charles Barkley jersey on up underneath of that. And I got by you with my DC crossover and lucked up on the rim. And I mean, this is back in '90s, so the camera footage wasn't as good as these pictures. People on Facebook, people on Instagram and Twitter, they can see what's going on. They see Doc in the picture and they see me on the rim. So this was a moment of my life where I said, now see, I was like, where's my mama at? Because mama, we made it. And she wasn't nowhere to be found. But I was still in the action. And I remember you nodding to me and you said, okay, young fella. Real. And I was like, I didn't know what that meant. I was like, hey, it's been real since I stepped on this court. I was like, I don't know what real meant. But it was make it, take it. And I had the ball back. And I said, okay, I used that crossover. Now I got to go to something different. Tried my between the legs. Let me see if I do a hesitation, stutter step. And I went to proceed to take off again. And the next thing I knew, I hit the back of the canvas of the backboard, and I was wedged in between the posts. And I said, oh, this is Boston versus Philly in the finals. I said, Doc said it was going to be serious.
Yeah, no, you sometimes you got to ramp it up again.
Oh, man. It got ramped up all right. So Doc got the ball back, and he got the ball. So it wasn't even like, hey, that's a foul. It was like, nah, bro, this is how we play. That ain't no foul. Check ball. And you proceed to just rattle off bucket after bucket. The last bucket that was scored. They don't have that on camera, Doc. I think they got you hitting some jumpers on me. But then after that, the last bucket, I'll never forget this, Doc. You crossed me up, and I was like, oh, I got the steal. I could see the ball, and I had been measuring your time and dribbles. And when I reached down to get the ball, you grabbed my hand with your other hand. And you said,
I keep losing you, but I'm back.
You back.
And I know you told the story.
Yeah, I'm still telling it. And you came and you
Daytona
said, elevator, you getting ready to take the elevator up. And you proceed to take me to the basket, cuff it in one hand, hold my other hand with this hand, and just throwing it down.
Yeah, man.
For game. for game, Doc. It was a tie score, next point win, and you got me with the old, Michael Jordan. The only thing you didn't have your tongue out. That's not the style. You were the afro in the wind, and it just, that was it, man. I was like, look at this. But the best part, and we take them back to your signature. You have one of the best signatures of all time. It's clean, it's classy, it's like artistic. And you signed that ball for me, told me that I was going to make it to the NBA. And I was like, I'm not even in college. And
how tall were you then? Were you 6'8" then?
I was 6'8", 6'9".
Yeah. You were 6'8", man. Yeah. So you were long,
Yeah.
We couldn't let that go to waste.
Let that go. You probably called Coach Thompson yourself and let him know he needed to start searching the streets for me.
Hey, man, too many 6'8", 6'9" guys out there letting it go to waste.
That's
when you get under a guy like Thompson who can teach you and school you, and inspire you and whatever, and also make you go to class.
Right. That's a fact.
That's the package right there.
That's right. And he didn't have to work hard to get me to go to class, not with Sequet and Johnny Williams walking around. That wasn't anything he had to worry about, but man, it was the opportunity to go to class. That was the key for a great institution. And I appreciate Georgetown for that, and that what they continue to do. But man, that was the game. We got to show this one last picture of me and Doc at the end of the game with my buddies, Kevin Harrod, who's a coach now. There, that's the picture right there. That's where it all comes together where, this is a guy who, met me for the first time, and we've been friends ever since. We've done so many appearances together with the NBA and traveled the globe.
But I keep bringing it back. We keep losing it, but I keep bringing it back.
Oh, yeah.
We got some thunder and lightning going on here in Atlanta. So I've been losing you, but,
Yeah, we still got you.
We still got it. Yeah, that's good.
And, hey, Doc,
man, that's history, man, because you're talking about pictures and stuff like that, man. Time marches on, but memories are forever. And memories, if you create memories, that's one way of capturing them, putting them in video and putting them on pictures and putting them on drawings and, just your own recollection. Or sometimes when you just lay down and go to sleep, man, stuff comes back to you in your mind, man. It's amazing. That's going to happen the rest of your life, too. So
that's right.
Yeah.
It's in your spirit, Doc. When it's in your spirit, it can't go away.
Yeah.
It's part of you. It's part of who you are.
Yes,
that's
sir.
right. I got something for you, though. We got, with IP Famba, we're doing name, image, and likeness, helping middle school students, high school students, college students, pros, and legends actually capitalize on their name, image, and likeness through NFTs that they're able to produce right from their phones. And the phone is very powerful. A lot of us use it for social media and things of that nature to connect with our friends and family. But the NFTs are the next holy ground for athletes to be able to take their fan base and really connect and also put a value onto their names. So the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you can sign up for it just by clicking on the sign up button for IP Famba. But Dr. J, he is releasing one of his first personalized IP Famba NFTs for sale right on the show. You click on the icon that'll be showing up later. You'll be able to purchase this exclusive NFT right here off of IP Famba. This is one of one. It's got Doc coaching, playing, dunking, being who he is, got the afro and everything. And it's for sale right now on IP Famba. All the proceeds go to Dr. J, his foundation and what he does. But it's all about Doc, and we wanted to make sure we got his NFT up. We'll also put it on other shows till it's sold, but it's exclusive. So any of the Dr. J fans out there that's in the doctor's office, make sure you go to .com.
Yeah, you might have to go to a collector for that. And there's, there's people who are in there, man. I keep running into this brother from Puerto Rico all the time, man. He's got rings and he's got photos, he's got trophies, he's got probably the greatest collection of stuff of anybody, and he's offshore. So, with those big hurricanes and all that kind of stuff, man, he better have a nice vault or something, or a room to protect all that stuff, because it's priceless. His collection is priceless, man.
You got a treasure chest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
You big on collecting stuff?
I'm big on collecting, a lot of my kids' moments. That's the big thing for me. Trophies kind of come and go, but it's like that moment that you want to be able to capture. I remember yesterday I was at my son's baseball game. You know Jeremiah, Doc. You talk to him all the time. That's your guy. But his basketball is still coming along. But he, during different seasons, he picked up a different sport just to try it out in baseball. So he hadn't gotten a hit all season. This was the last game yesterday, and he knows I kind of sit in the back because I'm like, it's not his dominant sport, so I don't put any extra pressure on him. And he's trying to, be as good as basketball, but I know it's not. You can't play 1 year basketball and 13 years of basketball, 1 year baseball, and expect the same results, right? So he gets up there to bat, and I'm like, all right, well, let me make sure I'm in position so I can see him. And my wife is right there with the camera, and I'm like, okay, good. She hits it. First swing, crack, hits it. I'm like, oh, he hit it. He hit the ball. So he's running. He gets to first base, almost gets a second, figures out, nah, I can't go to second, but I almost he got a single, right? So I'm like, yeah. So he sees me in the back. He looks at me, right? He's like, Dad, you saw it, right? I was like, yeah, I saw it. So I get home. We get home, and he's like, yeah, Dad, pull up the footage. Let's see, because he knows if I'm there, I got it, right?
You taping it, yeah.
I said, nah, your mom got it. Your mom got it. I was right there. Your mom got it. He's like, okay. So he grabs mom's phone. Mom in the bathroom. I don't know where she at. He pulls it out and he's like, oh no, Dad, she got it after I swung the ball. I'm like, what? Oh man. So, me and him laugh. I'm like, see,
I guess he got to do it again. That's
you got to do it again now. Got to wait till next season. Got to pull it off again.
Got to do it again. Man. But you saw it live. Y'all saw it live. So
I saw it live. So it's in here. It's in here. But that's what it's all about. I love moments, man.
Well, that was Junkyard Dog Jerome Williams and Dr. J. Julius Irving. Now I present to you Inside the Game, video game slash esports show that we debuted last week.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to ITG Daily, the show that brings you the hottest in gaming news. I'm Drew Bosley. That's the one, the only Scott Savage. Scott, what's up, buddy?
That's right. Well, I'm trying to put Bolt Gun away so I can move on to more new games. We have Diablo coming soon.
Yeah. Happy early Diablo Day, Diablo 4 Day, I guess I should say, for everybody as of right now, because I know my brother cannot stop talking about it. We're gonna lose him, Scott. I think we've lost him as a siege carry. He's gonna be moving on. It's actually kind of us carrying. No kills last night. Yeah, I called you on that one.
Hey, yeah, I got MVP.
Yeah, you did. And so did his buddy Mike. So that was cool to see. Dude, it was a lot of fun. A lot of fun, as always. Lots of fun over here where people can join us live over on youtube.com/inside the game official, as well as twitch.tv/the official ITG. But when we're not live, make sure to hit us up later. Check out those podcast services. Thanks to our friends over at FiredUp Network. You can hear us in your beautiful eardrums each and every day, as well as TV networks like Roku, Amazon Prime Plus, Game Plus, Rogers TV. We're everywhere around the world, so make sure you check us out there as well. Scott, today's show is the big one, because it never ends, because everybody's just clamoring to know more. GTA 6 Online may suffer at the hands of GTA 5. Redfall's developers were hoping that the game would be canceled or maybe rebooted, and former DICE dev says Battlefield 2042 never stood a chance.
Oh, man. Yeah, a lot of negativity coming out between the cracks here.
What a show. We're hopefully going to spin this around and make it a little bit more lighthearted, but as of right now, dude, today's show is a rough one. Let's get going, though. GTA 6 Online may reportedly suffer from long-lasting GTA 5 issues. This is Cade O'Donnell over at comicbook.com. GTA 6's online mode, tentatively known as GTA Online 2, may suffer from some of the issues that already exist in GTA 5. Grand Theft Auto 6 is probably one of the most anticipated games ever. Scott,
certainly on that list.
I was going to say, it's pretty fair to say, I would think, right? Its predecessor is the second best-selling game of all time, and Red Dead Redemption 2, Rockstar Games' last game, is a technical masterpiece that was showered in praise upon release. Dude, that is one of the most beautiful games I have ever played to this day. Red Dead 2. How far did you ever get in Red Dead 2?
It's hard for me to say exactly, because I think I was probably about 60% through the game. But I get sidetracked and do a lot of side stuff, and I was hunting for hours and hours. So it's hard for me to say.
There's Kyle. He says ever. Dude, it was ever. Like the bar is high for GTA 6, and developers is taking its sweet time to make the game. No kidding. However, it may not be able to shake some issues that exist in the even popular 10-year-old game that is GTA Online. According to Rockstar Games Insider Tez2 on the GTA forums, the Rockstar Games parent company Take-Two vetoed the idea of using dedicated servers for the next iteration of GTA Online. Tez2 went on to note that this could mean explosion shenanigans could still occur in GTA 6 due to the way explosions are streamed from the closest player in proximity to you. However, Rockstar has still been trying to counter these things with its own GTA Online updates, so it's possible it may not be that bad. Dedicated servers are often preferred by players as it enhances the performance of online games and minimizes things like lag, disconnects, and so on. Given the fact that GTA 5 is generated so much money, some have already been pretty critical of this rumor and suggest that Take-Two is doing some unneeded penny pinching. Scott, they have made more money than any of us can shake a stick at right now when it comes to GTA Online. I don't understand. Why are we not getting dedicated servers at this point?
Yeah, it's not something that's personally affected me at first, I thought. And I'm thinking back now on Xbox 360 days.
Mhm.
There was a time where I would have really appreciated dedicated servers because I was trying to get my friends in, and we just could not coexist in the same instance, which was really, really strange. So, as silly as I think dedicated servers might be to the overall experience, it is there to benefit some people. I think the question lies, do you get mods? Is there unofficial kind of breaking of the game that happens in these servers? There must be some sort of reason why we have not seen them yet.
Yeah, I'm a little shocked, right? Because
Money glitches. I think it's probably money glitches online.
Do you remember those?
Oh, a guy running around dressed as a Christmas tree, dropping presents full of money. Wild.
There's just so much when it comes to the GTA Online opportunities here. When we get into that next iteration, GTA Online 2, what comes around? Dedicated servers, do you think would be something that they would pay attention to at this point? Rockstar is not known for kind of chimping out on too many things when it comes out to its biggest title. This is GTA Online next iteration. We want to come out of the gate swinging. We've heard a lot of rumors of where GTA 6 is and kind of how that's going to fluctuate and things like that when it comes to the actual story, characters, leaks. So many leaks, man.
I'm wondering if we're going to see some game modes come into the online. Are we going to see an extraction shooter? Is there going to be a battle royale mode? Maybe not a dedicated game type, but
yeah,
it's 12 o'clock. Last man standing wins. One of those.
Yeah, for sure. They do have some of those smaller iterations, right? They do have so many other game modes in there. Kyle goes, should we download it again? Kyle, have I got news for you, dude? It is downloaded on my Xbox right now. If you're ready to go, download it. We are jumping back in. I want to get into those heists, and this is kind of going to bring me into the next thing. Scott, GTA 6 Online Heists 2.0. What do you think? Are we going to get them?
Oh, certainly. There must be, yeah. And they must take it and step it up bigger and better than before, all right? Neither of us have gotten to play neither of us have played the casino now. So I'm wondering how far it's been stepped up already in this generation.
OMG. Okay. He says, yeah, dude, I'm jumping in. I want back in. I want to get in.
I'm going
to
start the download, and it'll probably be ready by the weekend.
Scott's new internet is a turtle. But
yeah, I live on a highway, but it's very rural.
But the online dedicated thing, it should be something that I can't believe Take-Two is not. Man, why wouldn't they do this? Take-Two should be stepping it up a little bit, right? Let Rockstar make the full-fledged game that they have plans that they want to do, which they normally do. And why? With good reason, is because it makes them so much money. So if you get us dedicated servers, we're not going to have the issues. You remember the issues when GTA Online launched?
Oh
man, that thing was broken, right?
I don't think I was able to play it for a whole year.
Nobody could play it for like the first 6 months. It was ridiculous. If you did get in, you were like blown away that you're actually in here going, how is this possible? And then you get in,
I did that
and then
race,
you get booted.
The introduction race, I must have done a dozen times.
Yeah, exactly. So here we go. When we get into launching, whenever GTA 6 launches, we've heard rumors this year, possibly early 2024. But when we get into GTA 6 online, you want it to come out and work. And if dedicated service will allow us to do that even easier, because what game doesn't come out now that is broken, doesn't work, needs a patch? Like, there's so many other issues when it comes to talking about launching a brand new game. Dedicated servers might help alleviate some of those issues that we always experience.
That's true, actually. I'm thinking of another instance of Friday the 13th. Very, very broken matchmaking. Just absolutely did not work for at least several months after release. And the way we could get it working was using the looking for game function in Xbox. Right. So you could essentially just partner up and make your own private lobby. And that's how it worked. So I really hope this actually is a feature, because that GTA 6 will have maybe a billion people on it day one.
Yeah. Right? And how much are you going to be guaranteed that that is not going to work? Right? Like, I would almost guarantee, dude, day one it launches, we don't get to play. Like, that's how that's going to come out of the gate.
I'm not expecting online day one.
No, that's just unfortunate. But speaking of unfortunate, Scott, let's talk about Redfall. Developers reportedly hoped it would be canceled or rebooted by Microsoft. The Bethesda project is said to have suffered from unclear direction and staffing issues. Tom Ivan over at VGC had this to say. A new report claims to shed light on the circumstances that resulted in Redfall's disappointing release last month. Following several delays, the first major Xbox exclusive from Bethesda released with a number of technical issues, that's minor to say, holy, and generally reviewed poorly, garnering aggregate scores of 56 for Xbox Series X and S and 54 PC on Metacritic. Redfall is a multiplayer looter shooter, a genre that's new to creator Arcane Studios, which is best known for its critically acclaimed single-player immersive sim like Dishonored and Prey. Dude, I played Dishonored this morning. I love that game.
I haven't played Prey yet. I think that's 2017 Prey. That's the one I really want to play it. I've only seen good things.
According to a new report, Bloomberg reports this: the game's development was hampered by a lack of clear direction. I think many kind of took note of that, Scott. A high turnover of staff and insignificant resources for what was billed as a AAA game. The report is based on the accounts of over a dozen anonymous sources who worked on the title. Said the project started development in 2018 after being pitched to staff as a multiplayer Arcane game. Dude, how do you go from Dishonored to Prey to Deathloop? Now, granted, Deathloop isn't for everybody, but Deathloop at the end of the day is a solid, functioning, well-made game. And then we get into Redfall, where it's just been falling on its face the entire time.
Yeah, it seems to be such a mystery. It has to have been direction from the high ups. But then again, how does that issue happen? If these are seasoned veteran game developers, how does this happen? And with somebody like Microsoft's oversight, it is really puzzling that it wasn't restarted or outright canceled at some point.
I can't believe it wasn't canceled, right? Some members reportedly found the pitch confusing and felt unsure that the sort of gameplay Arcane was known for would translate well to a co-op setting. The game reportedly suffered because its development team was continually understaffed, with Arcane Austin office employing fewer than 100 people and insufficient outsourcing support offered by Bethesda. Many experienced developers who weren't interested in making a multiplayer game reportedly left the studio, with almost 3/4 of the Austin staff who had worked on 2017's Prey said to have departed Arcane by the time Redfall was. Here's the thing, Scott, but often, right, is when you make games you want to make because that's what you enjoy. If you start making something that you don't enjoy, dude, if I was a game developer, the last game I would make is a horror game. Right?
That's a good point.
Because I'm not interested in it. I don't want to do it. So here, Arcane doesn't have the backing of their own staff. Shouldn't that have told your team right there, the higher ups, to maybe change direction altogether?
Yeah, or does it have to be Arcane Austin? Are there other options, different offices that could have handled it in a different manner? But then again, you don't want to give up the project you've been entrusted with as well. So it's just an uncomfortable situation.
Absolutely.
Unfortunate. I was unable to play Redfall, and I don't know if I ever will. It will be a curiosity pick.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I think
I want to support Arcane, and I want to kind of understand what's going on with them, but yeah. So there's so much I could put myself through it.
No, for sure. Northern Nerdcast says if this was supported, supposed to be the massive AAA title and it failed, what does this mean for Starfield? Well, I think we have two different teams working on these titles. I think that's something to kind of keep in mind of right there, right? But yeah, it does make you kind of worrisome, right? What is the direction? When you do have Todd Howard, though, leading the charge for Starfield and his team over there, I'm a little bit more confident. But this is why we're getting a Starfield Direct at the end of the showcase on the 11th. So make sure you join us. We'll be live watching the whole Xbox showcase and the Starfield showcase. We're going to be there for what sounds to be about 2 hours. So hang out with us. And the biggest thing, I think, why they're doing this is because we need to know exactly what Starfield is. What are we getting into? Show us the nitty gritty, a little bit behind the scenes without revealing too much, because we want to go out in there and explore, kind of like we're doing right now with Tears of the Kingdom. Dude, you basically just go. And I'm kind of hoping that's how Starfield's going to be, Scott.
I think it is. Yeah, it drops you just right into a whole big sandbox. And I really, really hope Starfield lands properly, because I want to see Bethesda do well. And Todd Howard inspires confidence, though. Well, so I am looking forward to it.
It's disappointing that one of my favorite studios of all time, being Arcane, puts out Redfall. When they showcased what they're making next, when this Redfall reveal came out, I went, what? I thought you already took a bit of a twist when you did Deathloop. And this is like this other twist in another direction altogether. And I was just kind of baffled going, this doesn't feel like the Arcane that we knew. And granted, teams evolve and move forward and want to experiment and try other things. I'm all for that, right? Look at Playground, right? We're not getting another Horizon game. We're getting Fable. Shocker out of that one, right? Like, that's right out of left field. So I can see them wanting to do this.
I hope they're passionate about Fable and what kind of game that is.
I think they are. I think there is a lot of passion over that team, and they're looking to try over and expand into something new. But it's for the development team alone to go, I don't want to work on this, has me concerned. I think when you take a look at Todd Howard's team and with Starfield, I think everybody wants to work on that. And I think the passion there is always a driving force in creating a better product. That's what happened with Redfall. Lack of direction, staff underwhelmed by the project itself, doesn't end in a good
just
game.
Killed the passion.
Yep, absolutely. Speaking of killing something, Scott, maybe they should have just killed Battlefield. Former DICE dev says Battlefield 2042 never stood much chance being great at launch. Well, then why launch the game? Again, this is where we keep coming back into these day one patch. We get into this, we get into why? Why are we doing this? Cyberpunk launches, disaster launch, right? Granted, over the course of 2 years, we got a brand new game, and now we have a fantastic game. Then you get into Redfall situation. We get into Battlefield, like more and more. Dude, The Last of Us remastered for PC is a disaster. Why are these things continually happening? We see what happens when the game sucks coming out the gate. So then don't do that. But let's get into
how many examples? How many examples do we need before we just decide to do the right thing and delay or just cancel?
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Anderson over at Insider Gaming says a former DICE developer who worked at the developer for 13 years. I can say development studio for 13 years before leaving DICE. Recently took to Twitter to say that Battlefield 2042 never stood much of a chance at being great at launch. Oh, that is bad right there. The ex-senior software engineer at DICE, now at Epic Games as a senior back-end engineer, said the game had many iterations and the deadline never changed much. You have to adjust when things get readjusted. You can't just put out, okay, we're going to keep to the deadline, because now whatever you just adjusted or changed and modified, like, kind of messes with everything else, right? Like, everything needs to kind of fall into a place, and that clearly
is that what happened with Anthem, if I recall? Change in direction, but nobody was really of the same mind, I think, is what the problem was in that studio.
So I think what Anthem's problem suffered from was the lack of end game direction, right? They had what some would say was a decent story. I liked the story. I enjoyed the campaign, and I loved the mechanics behind the game in Anthem. What it didn't have was when the game ended, they tried to make a games of service, Scott. How often do we talk about games of service not working because there is no service at the end of the game?
No, yeah, they kind of just went, well, do it again. There'll be a raid soon.
Dude, that Tyrant Spider, I did like 1,000 times. I cannot do this again.
That's almost my only memory from that game, is because I must have fought it a few times with you.
Absolutely. Early leaks during Battlefield 2042's development, which originated from myself, he says on a now
This is Tom
terminated.
Henderson.
Yes, it is. Yeah, not me personally. But yeah, Tom Henderson himself. On a now terminated Twitter, user outlined the game's huge destructibility, weather events, and more. Unfortunately, those details did not come to fruition. It wasn't until a couple of months after the game's launch that it was learned that those details were from internal pitches of the game, which panned Battlefield 2042 in a different light and is likely one of those many iterations that Bowden mentions. Originally believed to be a battle royale, Battlefield 2042 changed direction multiple times during its development. Internal documents from a year before release showed the game in a different light too, with major weather events including tsunamis, so many volcanoes erupting and so forth.
There is a tornado, but it's really just not at
dude,
all.
it's in the distance. It's not in the game. It's just you see it out in the horizon. I'm like, hey, that looks cool.
I think I've played one where it did come across the map, but it really wasn't. I was in a jet and it was very unaffected somehow by it, which is contrary to anybody's experience in the air. But
yeah,
it's so unfortunate to see the destructibility, because that was a thing that was really, really heavily pushed in Bad Company. Must have been Bad Company 1 and 2, where you could cut a whole forest down if you wanted to, break apart any of the buildings. And then in 4, it had very large destructibility, so you conquer the apartment building, whatever it is, big business district, and it'll break. The tower will fall and crash to the ground, changing the entire map. I've seen videos of that put together in 2042, but I've never actually seen that in the game itself. I don't think it ever actually made it, and that's such a huge detail, which is again baffling. How do you forget these giant details of what makes Battlefield, and then just I'm so upset.
Well, I know how disappointed you are, and Kyle is as well. The tornado is in the game a lot, just no destructibility, says Kyle. And it is one of those things that there's so much destruction known in the world of the Battlefield franchise that why isn't it here and taking effect in the map? Like that, having a skyscraper fall could change the whole outcome of the battle, right? When you're in this game, why wouldn't there be something like that you've been known for over at DICE in the first place? It's just
I'm thinking of Battlefield 1. Even you get the air assaults happening, the big blimp comes down out of the sky and crashes and makes a mess, and it's just every Battlefield game has had something like that, and this is just such a big miss in almost every capacity.
So they keep iterating with new updates and patches and stuff. Scott, can they bring it back? Is there enough, or should we just move on to a new Battlefield altogether?
It has gotten much better. It's not the disappointment that it once was. It is a functional game. You can get in there and have fun. I think they're going to rush to a new Battlefield, and I don't believe it's going to be a near future anymore. I don't think that's going to work out.
That's disappointing. But here, I do have some good news, Scott. Are you ready for this? Here it comes. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 has been announced for you, buddy. Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 Turbocharge will launch with over 130 vehicles, including a debut of motorcycles and ATVs. So look for that one, Scott. Absolutely. Very cool. Dude, I missed the release date on that one.
Am I going to be a little Hot Wheels guy on top of a little motorcycle? That's cool.
That's going to be awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We do have a couple games and more releases today. What do we have?
We have an announcement of apocalyptic farming adventure, No Place Like Home. It will be releasing on the PlayStation 5, the Xbox Series X and S on July 28th. That is a reduce, reuse, recycle, rebuild a better world. I like the sounds of that. We also have Scarf has been announced to come to the Xbox One, Series X and S, PlayStation 4, and 5 on July 6th. And myself and Steve had played that, I believe, on PC in early access. That was a bit of fun. Looking forward to that. We have a full release of Etrian Odyssey Origins Collection on the Nintendo Switch and PC. Killer Frequency is on Xbox One, XS, the Meta Quest, PlayStation 4, 5, Nintendo Switch, and PC. Skatebird is on PlayStation 4 and 5, and I'm very curious.
I've seen Skatebird around for quite some time. I'll see what we can do to maybe get in on a review for that one. It is, yeah. You're a bird. What can I say? On a skateboard, does look like a ton of fun. Scott, what are you playing lately right now?
Oh, I need to get back into some Zelda. We talked about that because I'm far behind on my progress. But just like Red Dead Redemption, though, you start off in one direction and you never make it there.
Dude, I'm doing a lot of walking in Zelda right now. So here's my Zelda routine. I get up, I make a coffee, I grab my Switch, and I'm playing Zelda. I go to bed at night, I'm playing Zelda. Normally, some point in the afternoon, I'm playing Zelda. Like it's just like it keeps coming back. Man, I'm like, where's
it's a nice, comfortable offhand of finding it.
Yes, from everything else we're kind of into and out of kind of thing. It is one of those. I'm just gonna sit back and I'm just gonna go and explore, and then away I go, right? And then it just keeps kind of. You never know where you're gonna land. Sometimes I'm in a cave, or right now I'm in the snowy mountains, and I'm just trying to make it to the other side. But I spent yesterday, no word of a lie, dude. I spent half an hour climbing up a mountain to fall, to climb up the mountain again, to fall again. But then I found another path that actually got myself up to where I needed to be, and then I was able to open the map. Oh man, it's just one of those things.
I always find it out, and it's so simple. It was right there the whole time. I'm trying to climb the map like it's Skyrim.
Absolutely. And everything else is so simple because we'll be back once again tomorrow. This has been ITG Daily, where we bring you the hottest in gaming news. I'm Drew. That's Scott. We'll see you inside the game.
Well, that was Inside the Game. Thank you to Drew and Scott for Inside the Game. Check them out each and every day. They do a daily show, certainly informative if you're a video game esports fan. Now we're going to go to the NHL Lowdown featuring the legend, the icon, Digit Murphy. As you know, the Stanley Cup Finals occurs Game 1 in Vegas on Saturday. We're previewing the Stanley Cup with Digit Murphy. Hey everybody, this is Joseph Hasek, and welcome to the Fired Up Network. Welcome to the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Fired Up Live, and welcome to the NHL Lowdown featuring the Hall of... I'm going to announce you as Hall of Famer, all right? I'm the president of the...
I'm a Hall of Famer, you know. It's just, you have to be a certain, you have to be in a certain club to be in the NHL Hall of Fame. I'm not in that club yet.
All right. Yeah. See, I like the yet part, but that's Digit Murphy, the icon, legend, Hall of Famer here, as we're going to preview the Stanley Cup Finals. And we knew it from September. I told you, Digit, it's going to be the Vegas Golden Knights against the Florida Panthers. All right. I told you this. All right. By the way, today...
You knew it because you're the president of the province of Canada.
I'm going to be the president of the world soon. All right. By the way, today, June 1st, marks Pride Month. Happy Pride to everybody out there.
Thank you.
And Digit, let's get to it. Saturday, Game 1, 8 p.m. in Vegas. Now, if you're the media, if you're Gary Bettman, we joke around about Stanley Cup Final, but imagine having a Stanley Cup Final in Vegas and in Florida. Where do I sign up every year for this?
Every year. I mean, it's just magical to see hockey in these areas of the country where never in a million years did you think that they would be in Florida, in Vegas, especially with the show that Vegas puts on. I mean, I like Florida, but at the end of the day, you cannot even compare. And it just goes to show you that it's a sports entertainment product. And this is where women's hockey doesn't get it right. And sometimes men's hockey does not get it right when they think of it as this pure form of the game. Joe, I'm sorry. The world is going in a different direction, and the dinosaurs are going to be left behind in the places that they're not doing innovative and creative experiences to keep hockey on the map. Hockey's not going to stay on the map. It's a purist white bread sport. It needs to get more diverse. It needs to get more exciting, and it needs to go in a different direction. That is what these two teams are proving to us right now.
Exactly. And like, I haven't had the opportunity to go to Vegas and watch a game, let alone from what we see. The pregame show is simply amazing, and the intermissions are pretty good itself, right? So, and we talk about, or I talk about, the Maple Leafs not winning the Stanley Cup since 1967. So what does that mean? 56, 57 years. Vegas has been here 6 years. This is the second Stanley Cup in 6 years, meaning if you use even Greek math, that means once in 3 years. All right? Okay, once in 3 years, and here is 57 years. It's like unbelievable. But let's look at, Vegas has the home field advantage or home ice advantage, but Florida rested like nothing else. You don't get a 2-week break during the regular season. They get a 2-week break in the playoffs. Does that, I'm going to ask you, would that hurt or help Florida?
I think that it definitely does not do well for your flow. However, I think that this is going to be a coach's battle. It's a mindset game. I think that Florida has the right mindset to overcome this. They are the Cinderella team. I think Maurice is going to be reminding them of that, to stay the course, to continue to play within yourself, within our locker room, within our mindset, and how we have created this incredible team and culture that we could. So here's the trick, right? It's a Jedi mind game, at some level. It's getting everyone to buy into who you are and having the rest of the world respond to you. So as a coach, you come in and you say, guys, doesn't even matter what they throw at us. Look at what we've accomplished, and you create this litany of things and how great you are. And yeah, good. This is just another challenge. 2 weeks, great. We're sitting here, got our feet up, our muscles are ready. We're ready to rock. We're gonna come in there like we're on fire. These guys, they're beaten up. Whatever it is, you make up that whole narrative. And as a coach, you're like, we totally got this. What people are going to say we're going to not be good because we got to rest? Are you kidding me? And that's how you go in there. And that's why I'm still afraid, if I'm Bruce Cassidy, of the Florida team.
All right, a couple things I want to touch on here. Let's see who wins the Stanley Cup, Vegas or Florida. Don't you think, for National Hockey League and for sports in general, if Vegas wins the Stanley Cup, because we all know that NBA is going to go to Vegas. Now it looks like Oakland Athletics are going to move to Vegas and all that. It's just, and Vegas got an NFL team, NHL team, and now they're going to have everything else. Isn't it a better fit if Vegas wins the Stanley Cup? It's Showtown and everything like that. But if Florida wins, it could be the same thing.
I think 100%. I think it's better for the league if Vegas wins, just because of the bang it's going to make. It'll go global, it'll go viral. Everything they do in Vegas, they'll do it twice as hard, right? From an entertainment standpoint. We already had a Stanley Cup winner in Tampa. You win another, you have another one in Florida. Yes, it's good for the Florida market. It's good for me, I'm in Florida, but at the end of the day, it's what is good for the league. I agree with you, but I don't think it's going to happen. I say it's going to be Florida.
I'm going to go to another. We got to do a show.
I'm building it. You're building it.
All right, so here it is. If Florida wins, okay, probably the Conn Smythe winner, Bobrovsky or Tkachuk. Who would you vote right now? I know we're potentially 7 games left, but who would you vote right now for the Conn Smythe winner?
All day long. I mean, I understand Kachuk.
Okay.
I think that I know goaltending is important, and it's one of the top reasons why they're there. But I say this all the time: you cannot win a hockey game 0-0. You have to score goals. And what Kachuk has done is not only scored goals, he scored huge goals, huge goals. You know, overtime, three or four, three, right?
Yeah.
You know what? You know, he's tied a record for that, and he's just he's got the secret sauce. He's got that je ne sais quoi. He's got something that deserves to be recognized. So I pick Kachuk.
And you know what? We talked about the long layoff. It helps one person, Bobrovsky, a little bit older, goaltender who's been playing like crazy. And so it helps him out the most. But here it is. So I asked you about Florida. Now, easy. It's either Kachuk or Bobrovsky. Like, honestly, unless you have a guy in the Stanley Cup scoring 15 goals in 7 games, it's going to happen. Now, those two are easy. But tell me, who would you vote for Conn Smythe in Vegas?
You know, it's definitely not Eichel. I'm sorry. I'm down on him. I like him as a all-around great player that's still learning, in my opinion. Yeah. He's still learning leadership. I don't know what he learned in Buffalo, maybe nothing, but he's starting to figure that out. I think it's Marchessault, just because he's scored some big goals. I like his style. He's Johnny on the spot a lot of times for them. I'm not seeing anyone else that comes to the top of the pile for me with Vegas.
Billy the Greek says Phil Kessel. By the way, if Phil Kessel does win the Stanley Cup, that we haven't seen a Stanley Cup in like 60 years. Phil Kessel 3-time, if he wins, Stanley Cup champion. Unbelievable. All right. So let's get to Vegas and Florida. Give me the reason why Vegas is going to win this series.
Vegas will win the series because of their defensive structure, because of their 4-line come at you. They can match player for player, line for line, anyone. It's going to be all about their defensive structure, strategy, and it will have to go long. It'll have to go 7 games if Vegas wins.
All right, so the opposite.
Coaching, of course.
Give me the reason why Florida wins, because you picked Florida. Well, you sort of picked
Florida wins. Florida wins because they're Destiny's team. They've got an unbelievable coach in Paul Maurice. They've got the magic of Kachuk. They got Bobrovsky. They're clicking on all cylinders. They're a timing team, and they win because of that. And I can't tell you how many games. They win in 6. I said Vegas wins in 7. I said they can win. They win in 6. And they're an energy team. You know, you look at both. You got Vegas, who's a strategy. They're the structure. They're the 4 lines coming at you. Doesn't matter who they're out. Then you've got the energy, the puck luck, the Destiny team. And I say it's going to be Destiny. Again, that's the beauty of hockey. It's the magic of hockey. It's the energy of hockey. It's the flow state of hockey. It's going to be Destiny's team.
All right. So you're calling Florida to win in 6. And if they win in 6, there's going to be party like 1999. You're in Florida. It's going to be in Florida.
I'll be there.
If Vegas wins in 7, I'm taking the Fired Up Network corporate jet, because I gotta be partying in Vegas. You know what? You party in Vegas. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, unless you're the president of provinces of Canada, where you make Vegas a new province in Canada. All right.
Oh, that would be fun.
All right. So
I do like it.
I'm going to ask you, since we're heading into the Stanley Cup final, the series or whatever, and I know your mind wasn't on the NHL all year, but give me some highlights of this year for you for NHL. I know you're going to say Boston beating the record and all. Where's Boston right now? Anyways, Boston breaking the record in regular season, but go ahead.
It's Boston winning the President's Cup. very handily. Some of the surprises for me were when they fired Bruce Cassidy and they shipped him out to Vegas, and now he's, proving them wrong. It's Toronto making the playoffs for the first time, or getting out of the first series. Getting out of the dungeon or whatever they did.
Yeah.
It's the magic of Dallas, coming back and making it. I loved Eichel getting over to Vegas. I loved the fact that the Tampa Bay Lightning is just still, in my opinion, they're just a great team and a great franchise, and unfortunately they met their demise. And trying to figure out, where is Arizona going, right? I mean, I think it's going to be some moves that Bettman's going to have to pull out of his hat again. I love that they're making moves. The whole Pride thing, where it was like blew up with Brian Burke's team, and how that whole thing happened, and how we had like players who were sitting out because they didn't want to be, caring about, in my opinion, humanity. I think that's a problem. I think, yes, freedom of speech is one thing, but I think it's right when you vote on the side of humanity. So lots of really fun things that happened in the NHL this year. I hope that someday I'll be talking in this scope and in this kind of cadence and energy to a women's pro league that works together, that can also have these kind of accomplishments that the NHL has had.
Well, that leads me to the next question then. Great segue here. How many years do you think that's going to happen? Because eventually it's got to happen, right? But are we 5 years? Are we 15 years away?
That's up to the players who want to make a difference. I blame all of the players on this. Like, we can talk about the owners, we can talk about anyone and blame, but I blame the players. The players need to take responsibility, and they just can't demand. We're not in a place right now where you can put demands on an ecosystem and an economy that's fragile. And in order for a sports entertainment product to succeed, you need revenue drivers. And the only way you get revenue drivers is if players work together and are part of the solution. Right now, the players in general are part of the problem. And I don't like it. And I'm just going to say it out loud. Players, get together, figure it out for the good of the game. You had players sacrificing back in the day to make your opportunities happen. It's your turn to do the same thing for the next generation. Players, get your act together. I think we're still a long way off, Joe. I hate to say it, we're a long way off, but maybe there's something I'm not seeing.
So number one, Digit, obviously you're known for hockey and all that, but tonight starts game one of the NBA Finals between the Denver Nuggets and the Miami Heat. Come on, because
I'm mad.
You're mad. I know, in Boston.
I'm mad.
But listen. I'm starting to get the just that Boston are worse chokers than the Toronto team. Yeah, chokers.
No.
Best team in basketball.
No,
Losers.
no, you're not. That Boston Celtics, they had to deal with a jackass scandal by their coach. And they had to put in Joe Mazzulla, who did a great job.
Excuses. Are they in the final? Is the Boston Bruins in the final? Is the Boston Pride? Did they even make the playoffs? The Boston Red Sox, are they first place? Whatever other team,
Patriots.
New England Patriots getting hammered by my Buffalo Bills. What else?
Yeah. Hey, we had our heyday. We're coming back.
Yeah. All right. So who's your pick?
Like the Maple Leafs that hasn't made it in 56 years. We have championships. We have cups. We have Super Bowls.
I'm going. Look if you see 2023 Stanley Cup, right? So I'm guaranteeing you, okay? I'm guaranteeing, and normally I don't guarantee. I guarantee you by 3-2-0-2, the Maple Leafs will win the Stanley Cup at least one time. All right? By three. See, it's 2-0-2-3. 3-2
Yeah.
opposite. 3-2-0-2. The Maple Leafs will win at least one Stanley Cup. But tonight, for NBA Finals, who you got? Denver or Miami?
I'm going with Denver. I'm going with their magic. I'm going with their coaching. I think like Florida is Destiny's team in hockey. I think the Nuggets are Destiny's team in basketball.
And by the way, the Maple Leafs just announced today Brad Treliving as the new GM, and coincidentally, Carl Dubas is now the president of hockey operations for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Congratulations, Marty. I know you made the right call there. So what do you think of those two moves?
I think that they missed the boat by not having a woman in Toronto. We're just going to say that out loud. They had Haley Wickenheiser right there, ready to go. I think she was ready. And good for Dubas, getting with his buds in Pittsburgh and monetizing that deal. And we'll see where the Maple Leafs go. They've got such a rich tradition and a great market, and I just don't know why they haven't won a Stanley Cup. And maybe it is leadership, and maybe Brendan Shanahan can figure this out with his new staff.
Listen, Brendan Shanahan needs this, all right? I'm telling you right now what will change the Maple Leafs' fortune. Having Digit Murphy, having the Greek there, and having the president of I will even step down as the president of the provinces of Canada to be the president of the Maple Leafs / MLSE. Don't even have to work hard, make $20 billion, just Digit. Go do whatever. I'm on the golf course. Handle business here, all right? That's what they do in MLSE, all right? That's the truth, all right? But go ahead.
I think that running a sports franchise, as I've done it in micro, is very difficult. No matter how much money you have to answer to investors, you have to answer to sponsors, you have to answer to players. So, I have a lot of respect for what the owners and the leaders of the Maple Leafs are doing. But I think the one thing that they have to keep in mind is that you need to keep your eyes on the prize on the culture of your team and the way that you just put the players and coaches together in that locker room. That can make all the difference between winning and losing. So forget all the noise of the money and the sponsors and get down to the nitty gritty of the people in your locker room. And that will change from a loser to a perennial winner if you do that.
All right, last question. Tell everybody how they could get a hold of you and tell about that great power. I'm going to call that a power play, all right? That power play that you have there. People should listen in and support Digit, support ladies hockey, and support hockey in general. Go ahead, Digit.
So you can get me at Digit Murphy everywhere: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, wherever you want to find me at Digit Murphy. And we have a wonderful clinic called the Unsung Hero Clinic that we are doing June 26, 27, 28. And we are giving little girls in Rhode Island an opportunity to play the game that they love. And we're up to 10 sponsorships, Joe, where people in the community have given $200 so that little girls who can't afford it can have an opportunity. And when you get out and you find people who really in the community want to work to grow the game, it's magical. And anyone that wants to do a clinic in the future, our nonprofit, playitforwardsport.org in the US, but we could still build one out in Canada. It just wouldn't be nonprofit. We could work in conjunction with someone. But these little templates that we've put together make a difference in people's lives, because sports is a health and wellness initiative. We help people with their mental health, with their physical well-being when you just start to play sports and you get moving. So playitforwardsport.org, the Unsung Hero Clinic. Donate, help people in your community, help humanity. That's it.
And don't forget, throughout the Stanley Cup Finals, Digit Murphy will be back here for pregame, game 2, game 3, game 4, and so on. And listen for or watch and listen for an announcement regarding Digit Murphy, Fired Up Network, and maybe something else very, very soon. And Digit, actually, we have a question from the FedEx lady, Patricia. So give a shout out to Patricia. She has a question here. All right, Digit, if you need any FedEx and anything, she'll support you, even in Rhode Island, even in Florida, and everything like that. But she has a question here. In your eyes, who's the best hockey player today? Yes.
Today.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, today. Today.
I would have to say it is that plays the game right now.
Yeah, today. Today means right now.
She's stumping me. I have to say, I don't want to say a man. I want to say.
Okay, give me one man, one lady. One man, one lady.
Okay, one man, one lady. All right. Kachuk.
No way. Kachuk's not better than Connor McDavid.
Yep, better.
No.
Better right now. You said right now.
Yeah, still right. Well, he's playing.
Right, he's still playing. He's still playing. He's still playing. Oh, you're talking about across the you're talking Crosby and that.
World.
I'm saying Kachuk. You said today.
Okay.
And I got to say Hillary Knight because she took the team to that final. Those are my two.
And one other question. It's from the Greek. He wants your digits. All right, that's Digit Murphy. Yeah. Any comment to that? No. All right, that's Digit Murphy. Stay tuned. She said, "Who's going to win Game 1 on Saturday?" Who do you say?
It's going to be Florida.
Florida's
in
winning
Vegas.
Game 1. All right.
They're going to win by. They're going to win by 1.
All right, so 3-2, 4-3, something like that. Again, that's Digit Murphy. Check out all her socials and support. Tell once again that
playitforwardsport.org. Playitforwardsport. No S. Playitforwardsport.org.
All right, that's Hall of Famer.
No pride.
Icon, legend. Even though she likes Boston teams, that's Digit Murphy. Thanks a lot, Digit.
Thanks, Joe.
Well, that was Digit Murphy with the NHL Lowdown as we preview the Stanley Cup Finals, which begins on Saturday in Las Vegas at 8 p.m. We're just going to be joined by the grizzled young veteran here. Just start of the fourth quarter in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The Denver Nuggets destroying the Miami Heat 83-64. And we're going to do a quick post-game show. We'll hopefully be joined by Captain Canada, Drew Ebanks, and Alex Campbell here. And Marty, I want Marty to stay here and chat basketball like he's going to chat baseball right now. Here we go with Marty Roberts. All right, Marty Roberts, how are you, first of all? And belated happy birthday to your better half. A couple days ago, she celebrated her 48th birthday. So, yes, you're not allowed to say woman's age, but 48, nice number. All right. What did
she's gonna be mad with you, Joseph, because she's younger than 48.
All right, 38. You texted me 48. I believe your wife's name's Allison. So blame Marty because he texted me 48. All right, she's 38. Okay, so Marty, first of all, you see here, Rogers Center, big victory for Gosman. What a catch by Kiermaier. But we'll start with the positive. Let's start talking about Gosman. 11 strikeouts, 100 on the year so far.
There's no question he's the ace. Right? I think he was the ace as soon as they signed him before last season. He was the ace.
Well, why was he number 2?
But, who knows what the heck these guys think. They figure, we got the homegrown guy in Manoah there. Let's make him the opening day starter. But you know what? Gosman has proven it over the last 4 or 5 years that he can do this. And every time he gets the ball, you have a chance to win. Your ace is your stopper. When you're need a guy to go out there and pitch some innings or end a losing streak, he's that guy, and Gosman is that guy. He's been that guy. There's something that popped up on the TV I was watching today. that he's allowed 23 earned runs throughout the season. 15 of them came in 2 starts.
Yeah.
So that tells you how good he's actually been. Like, you
8
take those
runs
2
in the
starts
last.
out, there's no one near him in the AL for sure.
All right.
Right? And he just strikes guys out. He, walks very few guys. He doesn't ever say blame anyone but himself. And you know what? He sort of likes Toronto. You see him posting on his Twitter account, all that stuff. So that's a guy you want to have here. And hopefully guys that are coming up to the system can pick his brain while he's here for his time.
All right, let's talk another positive, and then we'll go to the negatives. You know how you love negatives. All right, so Kevin Kiermaier or Kevin Pillar, which one? When Kevin,
it's simple for. I know you're gonna. It's Kevin Kiermaier all day. Kevin Pillar made some spectacular catches. He took some very bad routes to get to those balls. That's why they were spectacular
he
catches.
recovered.
Kiermaier takes the right approach every single. He almost had that one late in the game.
Yeah, he caught. Yep.
And I think the only reason why he missed is because he thought him and Springer were going to collide.
Yeah.
That's the only reason, because you saw at the last second he sort of went to his left a little bit, which took it off course a bit. But the Jays overall, I think, are number one with defensive runs saved this year with 35. 15 of them are in the outfield at center field.
Yeah.
So that tells you, like, their defense has picked up in the outfield, and that's what you want. You want them saving runs out there, and those 3 guys out there are all saving runs.
All right, now let's get to the bad news. I don't know. Let's save Manoa for last. Let's talk about some fish, a bass fish. All right, Anthony Bass. It's also today marks Pride Month and all that. He picks the best time to do some tweets and all that. But happy Pride to everybody out there who's celebrating it. And let's talk about Bass. He got a good reception.
He got booed.
Yeah,
he got
booed. And you know what? They kept on saying. Schneider said, "Oh well, he's got to do more, and it's not. We won't forget it." What's he doing? What is he doing other than? And he didn't take no questions. I apologize. Okay, he's forced to say I apologize. Okay, why
he
is
apologized to save his paycheck? That's what he apologized.
That is my next question. Why is he still on the team?
I think, you look at these guys. Not everyone's going to have the same opinion as everyone else. So my thinking is, I don't know, I could be out there, is that if you're going to take a shot at someone else, a community, a organization, a person, just shut up. Just shut up. Keep those thoughts to yourself. There's no need for him to post what he posts. None, except that he wanted to hurt a certain organization, a certain group of people. And that's wrong on his part. I honestly think the Jays should just DFA him. I really do. But if you remember correctly, years ago with Kevin Pillar, they gave him a bit of a break, right? With when he went at it in an interview. But before that, I think it was, Escobar.
Yeah.
That had it on his eye black, and they got rid of him right away. So it's I guess it's each situation looks at it and sees what it is. Maybe they're happy with what Bass has said behind closed doors as to what he's going to do to improve himself. But this is a guy to me that just seems to want to bitch every time he gets on social media, whether it's about his kids throwing popcorn on the plane he wants to complain about, or this situation with Pride Month. And if it's me, I let him go. It's not like, he's beneficial to this team anyways. And to me, that doesn't matter. But I honestly
think a
think
replaceable arm. Put it that way. He's not,
even if he was the stud, you have to seriously think about getting rid of a guy like that, because and Marcus Stroman came out and said it. Now, I hate Marcus Stroman. I'm not a fan of Marcus Stroman. I think he just shut up majority of the time. But he had to put his 2 cents in, and his 2 cents were no one in the Blue Jays dugout likes Bass. So if Stroman is saying that, he still talks to guys back in Toronto. They talk around the league. So they all know that, maybe Bass isn't a popular guy. So therefore, it wouldn't be bad just to DFA him and get out of him.
Speak about Stroman for a second. His last start against, the best
He's
team in
had
the
2
league.
good starts in a row, I believe it is.
Yes, but the best team in the league, 9 innings, 1 hit
Yep.
against the Tampa Bay Rays. Like, if he can, like you say, shut his mouth and
Mhm.
pitch, he is a
He
better
he has the
pitcher.
tools to do it. He just can't shut up. That's his problem. He's got to say something or do something and not be quiet. I know a Mets guy made a comment about him as an anonymous comment, but he's just going to shut up. If he shuts up and just pitches, he's pretty damn good. It's when he
Yeah.
starts opening his mouth that people, don't enjoy him as much, and I'm one of them.
So let's go to the other side of it, and we talked about Manoah.
Another number 6.
At 1 and 6, but they had a stat. I'm just pulling it up. They had a stat in today's game that since May 13th, so 2.5 weeks, his ERA is 7.24.
It's every starter category he is possibly at or near the bottom in every single one of those categories. Let's you got your they thought was their number one guy. He's 1 and 6.
Yep.
And right now, every time he steps on the toes of the rubber, we don't have a chance to win.
No.
Your guy, you're supposed to be comfortable with. Hey, he's good. And the big, they've obviously tried everything. Fix his mechanics, switch the catching, tried different things. And to me, I've said it 2 things all along. At first, I thought maybe an injury, but when it went this long, it's not an injury. It's his conditioning and now you are starting to see his mental state when he's pitching.
Yeah.
And you saw it when he got pulled out of the game against Schneider. Yes, you want to stay in the game. I get that. But he almost looked like he was going to break down and have some tears. At the end of the game, they asked him some more questions. And again, he looked very emotional about it. And he said it's a mindset. And he said instead of saying, I got to throw or I'm going to throw a strike here, in his mind, it's I can't throw a ball. So he's already got the negative approach happening in his head. To me, after that start, that's a send down to Buffalo. He's not mentally able to be on the mound anymore. If he can't compete, and that's what he was good at. Mentally, he was very strong. He's not there now. He wasn't lighting the radar gun at 98, 99. His slider isn't, upper 80s. This is a guy that right now upstairs is not right. And you have to take it away from him, put him down to AAA, let him go down and get a few good starts, get that confidence back, that cockiness, that swagger that he had. He's not going to get it. Right? He's not going to have it up here. And that interview and seeing that after he got pulled was, to me, it's send down. Let's see how you do next time out and go from there, take it to Buffalo, and let's see how you can fix some things down in Buffalo. Maybe him going down to Buffalo and, even pitching the exact same way, gets a little bit more confidence and throwing the ball over the plate. I think one of the things you see too with Manoah, his 2-seamer is too often breaking to the middle of the plate, which is not a good thing, right? You don't want that. You don't want your 2-seamer breaking the middle of the plate. So it's either, do away with the 2-seamer until you can figure out and just throw 4-seamers, or you got to really start focusing on not throwing that ball anywhere near the plate and hoping it breaks to a corner or off a corner.
You said something last week when you were on the show that, and Blue Jays' next opponent is the Mets here. All right. You said it has to be maybe inside his head, but also the pitching clock. And the Mets pitcher, who I'm talking about, he said, I'm going to read the quote that he said here. The Mets pitcher, the Blue Jays open up a series with the Mets here, and or in New York, but I'll get to that in a second here. I'm just pulling up the quote that he said. Okay, Scherzer said, enough of the pitch clock. Why do we have to be so anal? I'm tired of the pitch clock. What is it, for 2 minutes more a game? Just start the game 2 minutes earlier. Why do we have to pitch? So there's Scherzer, a great pitcher, already complaining about the pitch clock. You talked about Manoah with the pitch clock. Some players can't adjust, or it's going to take them too long to adjust. Now you're a pitcher. You've been a pitcher. I know it's not professional, but I'm going to say, You're pitching. You're a good pitcher. You're an old lefty 22, all right? Now, I'm going to put a pitch clock on you. Does that change that much your approach to the game?
See, it wouldn't change someone like myself because I was the guy just give me the ball, get back up, let's go. So the pitch clock meant nothing, would mean nothing to me. But for a guy like Manoah, who we've seen him over the last 2 years, get the ball, rub it up, stare at the guy coming up to the plate. He had a whole process he was going on. Now he can't do that. And he's trying to figure a way out of trying to figure out this pitch clock. And if you notice, he throws an awful lot of balls out of play when it's given to him.
Yeah.
Which gives him a little bit more time. That's a little gray area right now that the pitchers have to, let's get another 15 seconds, throw the ball out of play, right? And so for guys like Manoah, it's affected him. You would have thought he would have corrected this by now. Like today, again, he took another pitch clock violation. He stepped off with no one on, and that's a pitch clock violation. You can't disengage when there's no one on base. So he's still figuring that out. And then, like I said, that's all upstairs, how he's thinking the game, how he's doing it. If it's mechanical, Walker has figured it out already. There's no way he's allowed him to go 11, 12 games into the season and hasn't figured it out yet. So it's not mechanical. They figured out whatever they got to do mechanical. It's now between his ears. And you can see he's just a defeated guy. Even when he gets out from the first pitch, he's defeated.
But how many more times are they going to put him?
You know what? Here, let's put it. If there was someone down at AAA, he probably would have been sent down already. There is no one at AAA. The Thompson guy they got earlier in the winter from Pittsburgh has like a 7 ERA. You know,
well, why don't you put a starter like Tampa puts?
Because then you would still have to bring someone along guy after that, and who's that going to be? Manoah. So it's still the same. So the way this to me is, you may not have to call up another starter anyway. So if Manoah's only going 4 innings for us anyways, Richards has gone 3 before. Yeah. Well, you might as well see if you can get him to 4. Right, and then start the bullpen process after that, and not worry about Manoah. Let Manoah go down and figure it out and see what he can do there. Because I think his next outing will come against the Houston Astros.
Yeah.
So they play the 3 against the Mets, and they come back against the Houston Astros, a team that they got some guys that hit the ball hard, have some good eyes on that team. So he's got to figure this out. And like I said, just watching him after the game yesterday was a bit concerning for me, in the fact that I've never seen Manoah, whether it's a bad outing or not, look like he was going to break down, and he was.
He's defeated.
Like I said, after the interview at the end, I think it was Hazel made that asked him the question, and he said, it's not, I'm throwing a strike here now. It's, I can't throw a ball here. So that's creeped into his head. You can't have that in there. When you're on the mound, you got the guys all behind you, but it's you and that batter, right? So if you go in already saying, man, this guy's going to get me, he's probably going to get you. You're going to walk him. If you're going in at this guy, I'm going to walk this guy, you're probably going to walk him. You have to go in at every guy that you face, knowing that you can get him out. And once you have that thought process, then it makes it a little bit easier than going in scared or giving someone too much respect. You can give a guy too much respect. You give him respect, but you can't give him too much respect where now it affects how you're throwing the ball.
Well, let's hope in the next start there that he's actually a little bit better.
I'd be very surprised if he made that next start. I would be. And maybe they keep him up and they just, push him back a couple days. Like, he threw almost 90 pitches in 4+ innings.
Yeah.
That's a lot. He's walking too many guys. I think he's walked 41 guys and only struck out 48 guys in 57 innings.
Yeah, 41 is way too much.
Way too high. His whip is getting close to 2. And for what whip is, it's walks plus hits per innings pitched. Right, so that's what that is. So he's averaging almost a hit or a walk for 2 per inning, and that you can't win when you're allowing that many guys on base, because all it's going to happen is you walk a guy, Guy hits a home run, now it's a 2-run shot, right? So that's where you get yourself in problem.
And that's what happened yesterday with the Brewers, right?
Right.
So
And that for the most part has been why like Kikuchi still gives an awful lot of home runs up.
yeah,
But he was managing the walks really good. There's been a couple
last few starts yesterday, he had 4 strikeouts, 5 walks.
right. So there's been a little bit of a change now with him where if guys like he didn't give up, I don't think he gave up any home runs in that game. But
no, he gave up the first, I think. In the
yeah,
first
I don't think
inning,
anyone was on though when that happened, right?
Yeah.
So, but let's just say someone's on base and he gives up that home run, or he walked 2 guys. Now it's a 3-run shot. Let your defense, especially with the defense he has behind him. Yes, Vlad's not doing Vlad things this year. Vlad's head is, who knows where Vlad's head is as well. Hitting wise.
Don't say that. After what you said about Manoah, it's you can't afford to think if you're a Blue Jay fan because they're doing this still. Vlad is not up to snuff. Chapman hit another home run today. Bo Bichette is saving the offense. Honestly,
You look at this team, and there's 2 guys you probably could put a lot of the blame on, and it's Manoah and Guerrero. Because if you flip flop Manoah's 1-6 to 6-1, that's a 5-game swing. Well, sorry, that's a 10-game swing in the standings. Yep. And you take Vlad, if he comes up with a clutch hit here or there with men on base, there's maybe so this team. When you look at this team, Joe, they are 6-15 versus the American League East. Against the Central, they're 10-3, 5-4 against the West, and against the National League, they're 9-5. So they're 12 games over 500 versus every other team, but 9 under versus the East. So it's a good thing that they don't have to face the American League. Yeah, they face Baltimore in another week or so, but they don't face the Yankees. They don't face Tampa until September. So maybe that's a good thing for them.
Yeah, hopefully it is. Continuing on with the Blue Jays, then we'll go to hockey, and then we'll be joined hopefully by the 2 guys because the game it's over. It's not over, but it's over 92 to 62 or 92-82 or something like that.
Here, Joe, I was talking to someone from here, Stefan. I was speaking to him about you look at the Jays stats, and it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't as to what are they 3 games over 500 right now? Yeah. You look at their batting average, they're 3rd. You look at their slugging percentage, they're 5th. Their on base percentage, they're 5th. Stolen bases, they're 5th. Even home runs, they're 7th. Runs scored, they're 7th. So you look at that and you're like, wow, how the heck are they only 3 games over 500? You look at the pitching side of things. They have the 2nd most swing and misses out of the bullpen in Major League Baseball.
Yep.
And you got, their top 10 ERA. So to me, it's the small things that have cost the Jays as well. As much as I say Vlad and Manoah, these small things cost them. And it means for me, small thing is double play should have been turned. It's not called an error because you can't anticipate it was going to be a double play. But that to me is an error. So got too many times that's happened.
You say small things, okay? How many times have they run themselves out of innings?
That's another thing. You got Belt that does it.
Merrifield has done it 3 times in the last 2 weeks.
Merrifield. Biggio.
And at third base, what's the Cardinals saying? Don't run yourself or don't end the inning at third base, trying to steal a base and all that.
Like there is so you had Springer, you had Kiermaier the other night that both got off at third base. They went on contact when the ball was hit. Yes, there is times that a coach will put on, we're going on contact. So as soon as it's hit, you're taking off. Right? Schneider said those plays were not on there. So those guys went on their own. They got to be smarter than that. They have to be smarter than that. Same as Belt last week was on second base. I think there was none out. Ball hit to the shortstop to the right of him. It's go back to second base. Yep. What does Belt do? Goes to third base and gets an easy tag out. So there's times of being aggressive. I get that. But then there's times that it's stupid. And they run themselves out of too many games that they lose by 1 or 2 runs, and there was 3 or 4 running mistakes in that game. No, Vlad does it. Everyone does it. Every guy does it there. Even Kiermaier, who's probably one of their best out there, does it.
Yeah.
So they have to fix that. There's no question they have to fix that. I like that Schneider does, after something like that happens, goes over and talks to the players right then and there. Doesn't let it fester. Doesn't wait till after. Right then and there, while it's fresh, we're talking about it.
Yeah, it's certainly worrisome when they run out of innings and all that, because you take the bat out of the guy who's up hands there. So and Bo Bichette, I don't have to tell you, great, offensively great, but how many games he threw away just errant balls there and everything like that at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year now, he seems to be pretty good. I think he only has 4 or 5 errors. He's actually becoming a lot better with that throwing on the run. So he's obviously getting better at that. And I like that. We'll see once it becomes more pressure on if he can still do that exact same thing. But he's now, I know everyone's before was Vlad's the guy we got to sign to that long-term deal. We have to sign Vlad. I think it's Bichette showing that he's the guy. Whether he sucks at fielding or not, this guy's batting .335 and
12 home runs.
And he's pretty good with runners in scoring position. I think it's somewhere around 345, 350 with runners in scoring position, right? So he's the guy that you would look to get a big deal from. Like I'd like to know what these hitting coaches feel. Like you got Vlad brings his uncle in to help him in the cage before the game the other night. But yet there's 2 hitting coaches. There's John Schneider. There's Don Mattingly. But he brings in his uncle. Yes, he had 3 base hits yesterday, but he went 0 for today. So I think he's just swinging too hard. I don't think he's swinging at the right pitch. He's putting a lot of pressure on himself because he hasn't hit a home run yet at Rogers Center. And it's probably been a few games since he's hit a home run. I think it's the last one was off of the position player he hit off of, right? So he's got to go back to just wherever the ball is, just hit it that way. And that's what Bo's become really good at this year. He could take it to right field all day if you leave it there.
All right, I'm going to digress here and stop talking about baseball because we're going to be joined because it's 104.93 with 50 seconds left. Hopefully be joined by Drew and Alex. But I wanted to touch on, and you're the guy. You're the guy. I think I went back. You're the guy, Marty Roberts, the grizzled young veteran. I went from a flagellant show to like the number 1 show. You said back March 11th. So basically today's June 1st. So basically 3 months. I'm going to say 3 months. 3 months ago, nobody else will give you credit. 3 months ago, you said, Joe, Pittsburgh has an open sheet, check for Dubas. And Dubas today, go ahead. What has he signed?
Yeah, he signed with the Pittsburgh Penguins as the president of hockey operations. So he's the head guy for all of hockey now in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And so he is, which is a good, because I was thinking about this today. You know, I liked what Dubas did here in Toronto. He always gave the team what it was needed, except for the goalie situation. We'll leave that out there. But he always made trades to bring guys in to make a run at the Cup. It didn't work, but he made those moves, right? At least over the last couple seasons. So now he goes to Pittsburgh, and he's the president of
hockey
operations. And we know what all presidents do. They are the final yes or no on any trades. And you look at the NBA, we'll go to Masai, right? He's still pulling the strings, even though what's his name is the general manager? Webster, right? You had, Shanahan vetoed some trades. Burke vetoed some trades. So now Dubas is the guy that gets to veto these trades or say, let's get this guy or let's do this guy. I would not be surprised. He still has to hire a general manager. It is not going to be a big name general manager. I think it's going to be an up and coming general manager. And I think it's going to be the guy that sat to his left during the playoffs. I think it might be Jason Spezza.
Well, here's the ironic thing, and you haven't said it. I gave you the leeway to say it, and you haven't said it. So, Carl Dubas, now he's the president of hockey operations for the Pittsburgh Penguins. What's Brendan Shanahan's title?
Yeah, he's president.
Okay. I don't know if it's hockey operations or whatever, president.
Yeah.
Now, there was a falling out, seems like, between Brendan Shanahan and Carl Dubas. So now he came in and he wanted more. By the way, Jokic, 27 points, 10 rebounds, 14 assists, another triple-double. We'll talk about that. But anyways, he comes in and now...
And he wanted more power. He wanted more say in the
wanted more
decisions.
power and wanted more money and all that.
Yeah.
So he goes to Pittsburgh. And if you look at Pittsburgh, okay, yes, they're older. But Pittsburgh, they got Crosby. Crosby equivalent to who? Austin Matthews. I'm going to say that. Like, you know, okay, similar. Malkin, similar to Mitch Marner. Okay, they don't have a goalie. They have a number one stud defenseman, a little bit older, Chris Letang. Maple Leafs don't have that. So can he take the core 4 of Pittsburgh and mold it like he did without a core, with just parts of Pittsburgh?
I think he can. I think he has. Well, he has full say now over there, so he gets to do what he wants. So if he wants to get rid of someone, he's getting rid of someone. I think you see, him look to get a Carter out of there, a Granlund who Hexel picked up at the trade deadline from Nashville. I think he's owed 6.4, but they can buy him out, and I think it only counts like $2 or $3 million against the cap. So there's a way that he can get, $8, 9, 10, $11 million in cap space by just a few guys he gets rid of.
Yeah,
you're right. The goalie situation, I think he said it in his presser today that he's going to talk to Jari. They're going to sit down. They're going to look and see what goalies are on the market, right? And if Jari is that guy, then it's Jari that's that guy. If it's a trade that we got to do, it's a trade we got to do. There's lots of teams that did not play what they were expecting this year. Calgary Flames, Winnipeg Jets, Vancouver Canucks. All have 3 pretty good goalies there. Have some good pieces there. So, Pittsburgh could go in and discuss with those and see if anything can be worked out, right? Yes, the prospect level in Pittsburgh is pretty bare. I think there's 1 or 2 guys. It's pretty bare covered that Dubas is coming into. But to say the same thing with the Leafs, they had 1 or 2 guys as well, right? So it's almost identical situation, but he doesn't have to have someone looking over his back saying yes or no, we should do this. No, you got to do this. Now he's the guy who gets to say that. And that's why I think, and that Dubas knew. If I knew that Pittsburgh said, here's a blank check, Dubas obviously knew. So he knew that he had Toronto. Toronto might have been the place he wanted to stay. There's no question. He might have. He liked Toronto. But when it came to some decisions that happened during the year that he probably didn't like, his family was probably getting, just ridiculed all over the place for things happen with the Leafs. Pittsburgh's a bit of a better situation for them. Pittsburgh's a nice city to live in, and it's a hockey city. There's no question about it. But it's not as in-your-face fans that will be hunting you down when you make a bad decision.
That's right. And let's close it out with the Maple Leafs here. They get their new general manager, another yes guy, Brad Treliving there, who said it's not about the core 4, it's about the Toronto Maple Leafs. So does that mean if it's not about the core 4 and it's Toronto Maple Leafs, is that guaranteeing 1, 2, 3, 4 the core 4 is gone? And for that matter, let's talk about this. What's preventing Carl Dubas saying, okay, I'm going to give Austin Matthews $14 million while trading, makes the money, while trading Malcolm to another team and getting good defenseman or a goalie?
Yeah, there's lots that can happen. Obviously, Matthews and Dubas have a friendship built over the years with the Leafs. I saw that they said that they liked what Keefe had done. You know, the checking system in place. He liked. So I don't think Keefe is getting canned just yet. But and that's what I said. You remember a couple weeks ago, I said when this all was coming down, if a new GM came in, would he fire the coach right away, or would he use that as the one bullet he gets to save his own butt? So I think he's decided, let's see if Keefe goes, how he goes, and if he does well, we keep him. If not, well, hey, sorry, bye-bye. I'll bring my own guy in now.
All right, what do you think? The core four, do you think at least one of them moves?
I think one of them has to go. I honestly do. I think one of them has to go. It's shown over the last 2 years with that core four, they can't win with that core four. They just can't. They had opportunities. Yes, you could say the goaltending, but that core four, and we saw it in the series against Florida, Willie was the only one that showed up.
Yep.
Right? So that has happened too much over the last 2 or 3 years where certain guys are not showing up that should be your guys. Like if you had, Kachuk on the Leafs are at the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Right? But you don't have him. You have someone else that doesn't have the same, I guess, drive during the playoffs. So they're going to have to look at it. And I think one of them has to go. I think one is going. I don't think it's
who the
Matthews.
one is. Who's that one in your eye?
The only way it's Matthews is if Matthews says he's not going to sign a long-term deal. Then it's Matthews that's gone. Other than that, I think you're looking at Mitch Marner will be the guy that gets dealt.
And they're saying there's rumors of Mitch Marner to Carolina already. So
he would be a guy that would probably bring back the most. It would be a big chunk off of your salary cap as well. And in order for John Tavares to get traded, and I love Tavares. I think he's the heart and soul of the team. Is he as offensively gifted as before? No, he's not. But he brings other tangibles. No one's going to take that salary off of the Leafs unless they eat 50% of it. Now, they could do that. They could, but I don't see that happen. I think one of the four goes. I think Marner is that guy that goes. But that's only if they think Matthews will re-sign or does re-sign this summer.
Well, we'll see if
they got till July 1st when all their trade deadline or their trade kickers come into place.
And by the
right?
way, Brad Treliving cannot be in the Maple Leafs table at the draft because
who cares about that really? Like all decisions were already made, who they were drafting, what they're doing well before that time. So him not sitting there, Calgary, go blow a horn.
Go blow a horn. All right. So that's and it still should be interesting. I'm going to ask you this. Saturday, we're going to do post game. I have digit for pre-game. We're going to do post game. In fact, tomorrow, Marty, you've been requested by your good friend at the Toronto Star, Mark Swolinski, who's going to do a pre-game for game one. He wants you on the show. Because
this all depends what time. I'm a busy guy tomorrow. I got a golf in the morning. Then I got my aunt's 80th birthday.
If Mark Swolinski asks you, you drop everything.
I can't. It's my aunt's 80th birthday is tomorrow. We're taking her out for dinner.
Oh, for dinner, yeah, but it's a morning. We're gonna do it.
Morning. I'm golfing at 9. So you want me to do it on the golf course? I can do it with a bunch of drunk guys.
Yeah, you're finished by 11. Put it that way, all right?
I'm not that good a golfer, but.
Yeah, you're finished by 11. All right. But who do you like in the Stanley Cup? And, let me ask you this. 10 years ago, can you ever believe that I'm going to say this? And you're part of the media now. Imagine the media, TSN and Sportsnet, ESPN, Florida or Vegas for hockey.
NHL is very happy that at least Las Vegas is there.
No, even Florida. Come on.
Florida isn't as big a market to draw. Las Vegas is. So for TV numbers and stuff like that, thank God Las Vegas got there. Because if it was Las Vegas, if it was Carolina and Dallas, it would just be a numbers nightmare. But they at least have Vegas and Florida. There'll be a lot of Canadians that are obviously watching because Canadians love hockey, but they don't count in the stats of ESPN and all them south of the border. But who do man, it's going to be a good series. And I think at some point, the real Bobrovsky is going to show up. And it's going to cost Florida a couple games in this series. And I'm going to pick Vegas to win this in 6.
So you mentioned the real Bobrovsky is gonna show up and cost Florida, but that's where Florida has a solid advantage is in net.
They do, right? You're right. They do right now. But when you look at the playoff numbers of Hill and Bobrovsky, they're almost identical. So
Yeah,
there's really no there is no.
But the numbers are you're right, almost identical. But here's the difference: the key saves. He shuts the door down. This is why Florida is in the Stanley Cup final. He shuts the door down, and I would trust him over Aiden Hill.
Yeah, you know,
Anytime.
you look at it. Bobrovsky's won the Vezina twice,
Yeah.
right? Could he
So
win?
hold on. Let me ask you a question here.
Yeah.
If and we're going to be joined by Drew in a second, but if Bobrovsky wins the Stanley Cup, is he a Hall of Famer?
Well, that's what we were talking about. Like if he wins the what is it, the Conn Smythe for the MVP of the playoffs, 2 Vezinas and a Stanley Cup, he might. When you look at some of the numbers of some of those goalies that are in the Hockey Hall of Fame, he might have to be put in there now if he wins the Stanley Cup.
All right, Marty.
Because not many know that he's won 2 Vezinas.
Marty, we're going to be joined, and we are joined by Ballin, Drew Ebanks, OnPointBasketball.com, Captain Canada, Marty Roberts. Look, I told him, Marty, I told him you're going to be on a show with Marty Roberts. Grow your hair a little bit. All right? And look, Drew, come on, show your hair. Big up, Drew. Come on. Show it. That's right. Big yourself up.
Pretty good. Pretty good for 3 months.
3 months. Look what he has for 3 months. All right. Okay.
I can let mine grow for the next 6 years and still be a bald streak down the middle.
Thank you to my mom and dad for some great genes.
All right, Marty, do you want to stay on or do you want to?
I'll stay on and listen to the NBA experts because honestly, Drew, I have not watched a single NBA game all season. Have not.
My goodness, Marty.
Will not.
Game.
I just don't think the game thrills me. I just don't. Guys coming down just jacking up threes every chance they get, and then during the regular season, guys sitting out just because we need a maintenance day. To me, that just bothered me. So I just chose not to watch. And the Raptors sucked, so I just decided not to watch it.
All right, but
here I'll ask Drew, who is going to be the head coach for the Toronto Raptors, do you think?
Yeah, we spoke about that earlier. It's hard to say at this point. I mean, there's a few notable guys. I'd like to look at a guy like even Damon Stoudemire. He's been an assistant for a while. He's been a coach in the NCAA. He's a Toronto favorite. Obviously, we know Steve Nash is in the mix. Could maybe even a Jerry Stackhouse. We talked.
I was just because wasn't he their 905 coach for a while?
Yeah, he won the championship.
Look how impressive Marty is while watching our show prior. Look at that. All right,
that's pretty sweet, Marty. You know your hoops.
Every now and then, I can pull a rabbit out of my hat.
He travels. He hop steps, everything like that. All right. So, Drew, Captain Canada, game 1 is done, and you said this. You said it at on here on Fired Up Live an hour ago. You said every game is going to be a close game. I said, look, 10-point game.
I did not say that.
10-point game.
Tell the truth.
Game and everything like that.
I predicted a blowout. I said it would be between 10 and 15. I gave Miami a little bit of leeway. It was 20 pretty late, and they kind of scored a few buckets, but essentially right where I fit in, 104-93, 11 points. You just look at the game and you look at a Denver team that has all the parts for a championship team. They've got the center that's probably arguably the best player in the NBA.
Triple double, I believe 27 points, 14 and 10, right?
Yes, sir. 27, 14 and 10. In 40 minutes, so it's not bad. But he's just so hard to deal with because he's not just a traditional center that you're going to throw the ball in and he's going to be able to score 30, 40 points. He makes everybody else better, and he makes it so difficult on defenses, because he can find guys, he can pass, he can play back to the basket, and he can also shoot the three. So he's a combination that we haven't seen. And when you think he was a second round draft pick, drafted during the broadcast during a Subway commercial, he didn't even get on TV any screen time. It's miraculous to see where this guy, second round pick, has come to be arguably one of the greatest centers now of all time, especially if he wins his first NBA championship. And when the commentators talked about at the end, this team is relatively young and so much promise, and the confidence they could get if they win this championship. It's kind of like the Golden State Warriors. When you win, it transfers over and you get this kind of swagger about you that carries on.
All right, Marty, you want to chime in here?
Well, I looking at Butler's numbers today. If they want to win at least one game, he can't be having a game where he only scores 13. What was he, minus 17 differential?
Yeah, 13, 7, and 7. Yeah, not good.
Right, so
6
in
field
order
goals
for them
made.
to win, he's got to be. Now, they went 7 games against Boston, right? So he could be still feeling a little bit there, and this isn't what's going to happen. But if he plays like this, does Miami have any chance of even winning one game?
No, he's got to be superstar level. And you look at even Caleb Martin, he was the star to arguably the second best player in the previous series against Boston. And he had 3 points in the game and 4 rebounds. They made special effort. Denver, their coach is incredible. Malone, game plans for the strengths of the other team, and took guys like Caleb Martin out of the game. I mean, obviously they've got to hit shots, especially open shots. And if you're not hitting shots in the NBA, good luck trying to win games.
All right. So again, game 1 in Denver, it goes to the Nuggets 104-93. Jokic, 27 points, 14 assists, and 10 boards. There, Jimmy Butler, I think 13, 7, and 7, right? So they need definitely more from Jimmy Butler. Game 2, they got a 2-day break now.
And don't forget Jamal before you go to game 2.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on. Game 2 is Sunday at 8 o'clock. We'll do a post-game show here around 10:30. But Jamal and Marty, you gotta. Drew knows Jamal personally from Kitchener. He goes to Jamal's house and cooks
Not
him up.
quite.
And cooks him up some food and everything like that.
His dad is Jamaican, though.
I'm not going to say it.
Shout out Roger Murray. He is
Roger
Jamaican.
Murray. So, he cooks him up some food, but how proud, this guy, his family and all that. Another guy who's in the NBA Finals, and most likely everybody was calling Denver to win, okay? He's going to come with a chip, and he comes back from his horrific injury a year and a half later, and I still think he hasn't hit the ceiling yet. This guy is a top 5 point guard right now, could be a top 3 next year and the years after.
Yeah, just an incredible player, and what a story. I heard Kitchener, that the city, they were setting up watch parties for him.
Yeah.
If you don't know, Kitchener is actually a very huge, obviously a hockey hotbed as well, but a basketball hotbed from 30, 40, 50 years, maybe even longer. There's been some incredible players coming out of the Kitchener area over the years, and there still is a lot of talent right now in that area. So to see a homegrown player like Jamal Murray doing it for Canada, doing it also for his city is incredible. And another fun story about the NBA Finals is Benedict Mathurin of the Indiana Pacers is out there as a special correspondent for the NBA. And he had a great exchange with Jamal talking about them playing one-on-one a couple years ago down at the NBA Latin America NBA Academy. And boy, Benedict was coming at Jamal, and he was talking about, beating him in that game 4-2. And Jamal basically said, yeah, I let you score the bucket. So it was great interaction there between the two Canadians. And another funny thing about that, at the beginning, Benedict introduced himself. I'm Benedict Matt. And Jamal's like, guy, come on, what's wrong with you? I know who you are. So it's just great to see the level. And you look at a guy like Benedict, you look at Jamal, you look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and the talent that we have in this country right now is
And
rivaling
Wiggins playing for
many.
Golden State even got better since he won the championship.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much talent coming up. I mean, Shea was first team All NBA.
Yep.
You know, to think of that, and then now you have Jamal. It's just amazing to see. But shout out Kitchener, all the people out there checking him out and supporting him in this NBA Finals.
Yeah, it's certainly, and we talked about it in the show here, and Marty should go to Scarborough, support the Shooting Stars, and then
I am a legend in Scarborough as it is, so I'd be signing more autographs than anyone else.
Yeah, he's a legend. He's a washroom attendant. Give me the towels when you're in the washroom and everything like that.
I grew up in Markham and Lawrence.
Oh wow,
Markham and Lawrence. I wouldn't be proud about that.
Collegiate. I've been
Peterborough. Oh my gosh!
If I'd stuck with my basketball career after the 9th grade, who knows where I would have been? I might not be I would never be a baseball guy. I might have been that in that new movie,
Drew,
White Man Can't Jump. I might have been that guy.
No. You know what he's saying, Drew? He wants to take you one-on-one.
Not a chance. You know
one-on-one on Cedar Brae Collegiate Court there. He wants to take Jim Veltman, who works at Cedar Brae Collegiate, will be the referee. Special shout out to Jim Veltman. By the way, Drew, I got to ask you this. We had an all-star show. Dr. J, did you watch that segment? Dr. J, Julius Irvin. By the way, he stole my name because I'm the Dr. J, right? By the way, you don't know this, Marty.
Well, you're a doctor, Joe.
I'm a doctor, but Drew likes nurses. Drew likes nurses. All right. So, did you watch that segment, Drew?
I did. Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. Yeah, phenomenal. I'm gonna definitely go back and be able to watch the whole thing. They talked about a lot of coming up in the sports world, coming up in the hoops world, and just an absolute legend, Dr. J. And he's got charity going on as well. So that's great to see that he continues to give back. And he mentioned that I believe he was done playing in 87.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that.
They even showed him on NBA Finals. They showed a snippet of Dr. J in 1983 in the finals there. They showed a snippet on
He's done. He finished playing 35 years ago. That's insane to think. And he's so influential. Even 35 years later, if you saw Dr. J in the same room, you'd probably freeze just seeing that guy and the legend he is, and what he did for the ABA, and then the merger with the NBA. He's one of the main guys that actually served to bring the NBA to what it is right now, essentially the second biggest league in the world behind, the NFL and maybe soccer, obviously, as well. But
Marty loves soccer. Marty loves
huge,
soccer.
Huge.
Loves soccer. All right. So did you know Marty's nickname when he was playing basketball was Dr. M? He melted on the court, not in your mouth. He melted on the court. M&M's, Dr. M. Marty, what was your career highlight when you were playing basketball at Cedar Brae?
I actually dunked the ball. I was so surprised. It was in the middle of the game, and I was all set up in the room. I said, I'm just turning this over. And there it went. I'm like, never did that again before in my life. I was so surprised.
But the rim was 2 feet tall.
So it was adrenaline got me going. I was like, so Jack, coach said, get in there, Marty. I'm like, oh, wait a second here. Let me get in here then. And I went in there and
do you remember some of the guys you played with? Do you remember some of the guys you played with?
Do I remember them?
Yeah. Do you remember some of the names?
Yeah, I remember some of them. A couple of them went the wrong way. They had some chances in they could have. Like there was one guy on the team that was 6'10", just a monster. But he ended up he wanted the crime life instead of the basketball life. And absolute beast on the court. But other than that, there was no one else.
They had some great teams. Maybe a little after you. Cedar Brae was known for some great teams over the years as well. I know they went to OFSA, I believe, as well a few times.
Yeah, they always had good basketball teams. It usually was like the senior guys that were really good. Junior guys that had schmucks like me playing.
All right. So, Drew, as I mentioned, Game 2 Sunday. And I'm going to go on right now and say this is going to be a much closer game. This is the game Miami needs to take. If they take it, we have a series. If they don't, I think Denver wins in 5. What do you say?
I think it's 2-0 after Sunday's game. Denver right now, I think they coasted. I don't even think the score is indicative of how much they dominated that game, and they basically shut it down, in the third, essentially. And they have so much size right now, and they can, Jeff Green, I didn't even talk about, like, to be able to bring a guy like Jeff Green off the bench, 6'8", 6'9", can defend all positions, can shoot threes. You saw him score a nice little dump pass on the baseline from Joker late in the game. He's just a guy that's super versatile, and that whole team has guys that are like 6'9", 6'10", 6'9", 6'10", that can alternate and could switch off. And then you got Bruce Brown, who's just an ultimate team guy. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, ultimate team guy. These guys are hungry, and you know what, Joe? The disrespect is fueling them to be a great team. The disrespect, obviously, being in Denver, you're not in LA. But now all the spotlight is on them, unless LeBron makes some kind of announcement before the end of the series.
You had me for a chance.
All right. Well, if he makes an announcement before the series, all right. So, Marty, tomorrow at 12:15, do you know?
Wait, I want to know if Drew has gone and seen the movie Air yet.
Gone to see it. I've seen it streaming right now. Yes, I have.
Yeah. I was quite impressed on how that was done.
Incredible.
It really was.
Very good movie. I mean, I kind of am familiar with the story there. One decision, his mom pretty much pushed Jordan. And you know what's crazy? I've said this before. His mom changed the sports world forever. His mom, I mean, because of Jordan and the branding and Spike Lee and those commercials, that is where all the marketing and branding, not only that came into basketball, but not only basketball, into other sports, where you're branding individual and marketing players based on their talents. So Dolores Jordan, all hail to you, the queen, because she shaped and really, when you look at global sports and how we look at athletes, and there'll never be another. There's a lot of talk about LeBron being number one and he's the GOAT. No, not in my books. Not yet, anyways. He's close. But
truthfully, Drew, I don't care if he wins another 10 championships. The way that game was played back when Jordan played it, as opposed to the way it is now, Jordan would get knocked around, beat up, bleeding, no fouls called, but would still continue on in the game. Nowadays, if someone blows on someone, it's a foul and you get to go to the line. It's just a different game now, and that's back for Jordan to do what he did back then. If he was now, I don't know what he would have done.
All right,
you
so
can't breathe on guys now.
That brings up a good question. Okay, so Jordan, LeBron, or whatever. Okay, take away LeBron now. Okay, who's the best player? If you take away LeBron, who's the best player in the NBA right now, Drew?
If you take away LeBron, I mean, I don't think you could say technically LeBron is the best player right now. It would be between Jokic and I'd say Giannis, and then KD not too far behind. But I'd have to right now 2 MVPs, and arguably could have been a third. You'd have to give it.
Should have been
right now. Yeah, you'd have to give it to
Marty. Do you agree? I know you don't.
Yeah, really... I would say, even though I didn't watch all Jokic and reading everything he's saying, he should have had his third. Why do you think he didn't get his third?
Because they had to give it to somebody. It's
well, the thing is, I mean, when you give him 3, who did we say the other 3 is? The other 2 is what? Larry Bird and Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah.
I mean, if you give him the third, you're basically exalting him to like that upper pantheon of players. So it's always a factor. And the thing is, if he had maybe gotten to the NBA Finals or won a championship by now, I think it would be more justified. But he hadn't even made it to an NBA Finals, so it's hard to go 3 in a row. But it's almost a travesty in a sense, because really he's so dominant. But it was close. I mean, Embiid had a great end of the season, and he kind of missed out a couple times as well. So it all balances out. I'm pretty sure Joker's going to have more MVPs as well.
So these two guys, I'm a fan of the best team in professional football, the Buffalo Bills, but Marty Roberts likes the
Ooh.
Washington, whatever they're calling, and Drew likes the Eagles. Do the caca, Drew. All right, the hated, yeah, caca. That's how he gets caca. That's right. All right. So the Eagles or Washington, who's going to have a better year this year, Marty?
All right, I already know Washington stinks again, so it doesn't matter.
Who's gonna have the
Washington,
better year? Did you see
Yeah,
like,
who
yeah.
we picked up in the draft? We got
Who?
pretty much the
Who drew?
Georgia.
Who drew? Who did we pick up in the draft? Give me the names.
We've got pretty much the whole
No,
Georgia
no, give me the
Bulldogs.
names. Give me the names, Drew.
You don't worry about that. I'm a basketball analyst. I know what I'm talking about. We got the Georgia Bulldogs defense, the two-time national champions defense on our team. Don't question our team. Don't compare us to the whatever
All right.
that
So,
whatever that Washington.
Marty
is.
Roberts gave his pick. I'm going to go because you're Captain Canada and you talked about hockey. Stanley Cup is Saturday. Vegas and Florida. Who you got, Drew?
Man, I didn't even know Florida made it, but what a Cinderella run. I just saw them giving everybody the business. I guess the Leafs losing to them wasn't too bad anyways, because look where they've gotten. It's a team of destiny. I don't see anybody stopping their train. I'm not too familiar with Vegas and how good they are. Obviously, they must be very good. But the way Florida has done it and ran through the best of the East, you can't stop that train. I'm going to Panthers in 7 games.
7 games. All right. Panthers at 7. Marty, what do you
It's gonna be
say?
an epic series. It's gonna be
I
an
said
epic
Vegas
series.
in 6.
So
Wow,
there you go. Do you want to play some bet? Marty knows how to gamble. Drew, do you want to play some bets?
I don't got no money to bet, man. I'm
What do
poor.
you mean you don't have money? You're palatial estates. Come on.
I'm a
Marty,
poor guy.
poor guy. Give him this guy goes. He sits courtside at Scarborough Shooting Stars games. Marty, you know what?
Not the
I never get an
Raptors,
invite.
bro.
Never do I get an invite. I see
It's
these.
not the
I see these
Raptors, bro.
posts.
Relax yourself.
It's still courtside. It don't matter. It's courtside.
Hey, I treated myself, man. I sometimes you put in a lot of work and you got to treat yourself, and that's a treat to enjoy the game.
Well, don't be afraid to treat me.
Oh yeah, no problem, Marty. Now that I know
I sound
you're
like Joe now. I'm sounding too much like Joe.
I'm starting to
always wanting something,
right?
That's Joe,
Always.
right?
What do you mean? I don't want. We're joined by Alex Campbell. Hopefully, Alex, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just changing my background real quick.
All right, so
your background's backwards. Yeah, there you go.
No, there it is. That's as much gold as Drew Ebanks has in his teeth. All right, look.
That's starting to look like my head though in the morning. Bright and shiny.
Hurry up, Alex. I only got like 5 minutes max, and I gotta go.
He's got to change it. See, he's changing it around there. But
okay, you got it.
Game
He's
1
good.
goes to.
Where are you, Alex?
104.93.
I'm working on it. Hang on.
And it looks like
Alex, your head is kind of round there.
Yeah, I know, isn't it?
All right. So, and by the way,
all right, hey, I'm here.
Marty, there you go, Marty. Alex loves the Red Sox. We'll touch on the Red Sox.
I love the Red Sox. Okay, I don't, but that's all right.
Oh, you know what? I thought because you're Boston, I thought you liked the Red Sox.
Aren't you originally from Michigan, so you'd be a Detroit fan?
Correct. Yeah, I'm a Tigers fan. Yeah.
Even worse. All right, so everybody gave their thoughts on Game 1. Give your thoughts quickly before we close it out. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, sure thing. Game 1. I mean, I thought that the Heat fought really well for a team that didn't have a whole lot of rest. They really needed Butler to show up bigger in this one, but I understand. He's put a lot in this series, and I understand why he's a little bit gassed. You look how well Murray played in the first half, was fantastic. Jokic in the second half, I just thought, and then you look at the other role players in that Nuggets team defensively. MPJ had 3 blocks in the first half and another one in the second half. KCP, I thought, played really well. The whole thing, and then Aaron Gordon early on was the offensive force, for the Nuggets in the first quarter. So I mean, I just thought those role players really stepped up for the Nuggets, and the depth, kind of like Drew and I talked about before the series even started. Just the depth really paid off for the Nuggets tonight, and that rest and that home court advantage that we talked about earlier too.
What about Jokic? What do you say about Jokic?
I mean, Jokic, he's one of the only few players in history to have, a triple double in his finals debut. I thought that was fantastic. He played a really well-rounded game. I think he could have been a little more aggressive offensively, but I mean, he has nights like that, and you look early in his career, Malone has worked with him for years on becoming more aggressive offensively. And he's done so, but, I thought he could have laid it on a little more offensively tonight, but it was enough. It was enough to get the job done. And I felt like every time the Heat made a push, Jokic led the charge and just didn't really allow him fully back in the game.
All right.
It's kind of like the U.S. debt ceiling whole fiasco there. Everybody knew that they weren't going to let the U.S. default. I mean, that'll take
only Drew Ebanks, Captain Canada, could talk about this.
I'm in the financial field. It's kind of like that. Everybody knew they had to come to a conclusion on it. This game one. Everybody knew the Denver Nuggets were coasting. Jamal, as you said, Alex, came out and set a blazing tone to the game. And when he's playing like that, those fadeaway, Kobe-esque, Jordan-esque fadeaways off of the elbow, he's really tough to stop. We spoke about, Kitchener, everybody in the city coming out to watch, and a huge basketball community there as well. So it was great to see him start the game off blistering, and then, as you said, Joker just kind of taking it home. Yeah. And I'm assuming you saw that they put it on cruise control, really. Throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, they really did, especially there in the fourth quarter. I felt like they left the door open a little bit late for Miami, but again, they shut it really quickly too. So
give them a little fake hope and let them up. But I think it's going to be 2-0, as we said, going into game 3.
All right, Drew, you don't know this, but Alex has a couple good friends in baseball. Marty, listen to this. Go ahead, Alex. Say who are your friends, and hopefully is going to join the Fired Up Network to keep Marty Roberts in line.
Yeah, Nick Carlucci, Tim Crabtree.
Tim Crabtree, remember him, Marty?
Wow. I do.
Yeah, Tim Crabtree. By the way, also
here, I'll ask Alex how surprised is he that his Detroit Tigers are right behind the Minnesota Twins in the Central Division? Now, it's not a great division.
Mm-hmm.
But
I didn't expect them to be there.
Yeah, they're playing above their pay grade right now. They really are. Do I expect it to last all season? No, I don't. But to me, this season for the Tigers is really about Miggy's farewell. To me, like, at the end of the day, like, it's about saying goodbye to arguably, I think, the best hitter in the modern era. We're talking about the only guy to win a Triple Crown, in the last, since Ted Williams, almost, basically, and certainly the only guy to do it in the post-steroid era. And I think that record will stand for a long time. So I think this season for the Tigers is kind of about growing the youngsters, getting the prospects ready. I don't think they have a real chance at the playoffs, but hey, we'll see. I think the AL is going to be tough to get in, though. You're going to have 3 teams from the East, so anybody in the Centrals, you're going to have to win the division to get there.
All right, hold on. Drew has to go comb his hair because it's late at night. So, Drew, tell everybody how they could get a hold of you. Again, Drew will be back Sunday for the post-game, Game 2 between Denver and Miami. Go ahead, Drew.
As usual, onpointbasketball.com, Drew Banks on Twitter, onpointbasketball, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Make sure you check out all the action out. As Joe mentioned, this weekend, Scarborough Shooting Stars, a couple games. This weekend's going to be exciting. Apparently, the home opener tomorrow is sold out. And they've had to turn away media as well. Team On Point will definitely be in the building, though, with all the coverage. It's going to be fantastic. So tune in. It's on TSN. It's on CBC, I think, GEM. I believe it is. And I think you can even watch it on the CEBL.ca.
And tune in to see Drew Ebanks courtside eating the $6 hot dogs and pretzels and everything.
Popcorn. I got to get my popcorn.
Yeah, he loves popcorn. All right. Marty Roberts, last comment to Drew Ebanks. Go ahead.
Well, no, the game is obviously better in person watching it. So I'm sort of disappointed. I'm not going to be sitting beside you courtside tomorrow.
He's begging. He's really begging.
I'm sort of hurt.
Next, I'll keep that in mind, Marty, for sure, man.
Yeah.
I'll keep
Yeah.
it
Just
going.
like Joe, the check's in the mail.
Oh,
Listen,
my goodness.
listen.
Oh,
Marty
my
just
goodness.
wants a bag of popcorn. Doesn't matter about the seed. He wants a bag of
Popcorn, a
popcorn.
pop. I don't know, some mustard off of the hot dog. I don't know, something from you. Come on.
Something, right? Yeah.
All right, Drew. We'll be in touch. Thanks a lot.
All right,
Drew.
guys.
Drew.
Great job. Have a good rest of the show.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
That's Drew.
Thanks, Drew.
Ebanks on pointbasketball.com. We got a couple minutes. We'll go to 11:30 here. Let's talk a little, do you want to, Alex, do you want to mention anything else that we didn't talk about the NBA Finals, Game 1?
I mean, I don't have much else to say, man. We just wrapped it all up.
Okay. So, Marty, go ahead. Talk to Alex. And you know what? His handle now on FiredUp on Twitter. Tell the Marty what's your handle now.
Yeah, I'm at FiredUp Alex on Twitter, FiredUp Alex on Instagram. Just love this network. I'm going to try to do big things.
Marty, I want you to change your thing to Fired Up Marty.
No, then I'm Old Lefty 22. Everyone knows me as Old Lefty 22.
All right.
That's what
But
I
Marty,
am.
you're a lefty?
I'm
a lefty as well, sir.
I'm a lefty also.
See?
Oh, look at us.
So you should switch yours to Old Lefty
And
23.
you want to know
at
about me
FiredUp.
and Marty? I'm actually the better looking one, but we share the same birthday, February 8th.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And
Yeah.
left-handed. That's amazing. That's rare.
But we cheer for losing teams like the Blue Jays. What do you think of the Blue Jays this year, coming from a United States perspective?
I mean, they're in a tough spot. That division is just so cutthroat. You know what I mean? It's the Blue Jays. They're a talented team. I think they're kind of like the Tigers. They play a little above their head. I really like the lineup. The rotation struggles a little. The bullpen struggles a little from time to time. But I really like pretty much everything about them. I just think it's ultimately going to be tough. Whoever you are in that division, they're going to have, like I said, 3 teams in the playoffs, and it's really about who finishes 4th and who gets left out.
All right, Marty, you want to chime in?
No, fully agree. Like, honestly, when you looked at the beginning of the season, the AL East, Tampa, you didn't think was going to do this.
Yeah.
No one in their right mind would have said Tampa is going to do this. Yankees were going to Yankees. Everyone thought Baltimore was going to fall off a bit. No one has, right? You got the Jays in that AL East are 6-15 against them, but 12 games over 500 versus everyone else. So this might be a good break for the Jays, not facing, yes, they got Baltimore next week, but after that, they don't face the AL East again for a while.
Mm.
So they might be able to pick up some ground. And like I told Joe earlier, to me, it's the small things that really killed the Jays, and Alek Manoah and Vladimir Guerrero. Those are the 2 guys. If you take Manoah's 1-6 record and flip it, it's a 10-game swing.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by like the pitching struggles a little bit. Like Manoah needs to not be 1-6, and then Vlad needs to play like Vlad.
100%. I said this to Joe earlier, and Manoah, I've given him breaks. Like, okay, at first I thought he was maybe injured a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Then I thought, okay, it's his mechanics, right? So after all this time, 12 starts in, I think it is, his mechanics should be fixed by now.
Yeah.
What I saw the other day after his start yesterday was very concerning for me, that he showed how upset he was.
Mm-hmm.
And mentally, to me, that showed he's not there right now. So the way to correct that is let him go down to AAA.
Mm-hmm.
Let him enjoy it down there, get a few wins under his belt down there, then bring him back up, because Manoah has to pitch with an edge, with some swagger. And when you got a 6 ERA, there's 0 swagger that you can have.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, it's the same thing. Like, when you look at either college football or the NFL, when you got a quarterback who's struggling out of the gate, especially if they're younger, what do? You get them nice, easy West Coast style short completions to get them back in rhythm. And I couldn't agree more. Send him down to the minors, let him bounce around down there, get his confidence back, and then bring him back up again. I think the good news for the Jays is that it looks like Boston's run of everybody playing above their pay grade is probably over. I mean, you're seeing Kiki Hernandez really struggling all of a sudden now. I mean, Yoshida has got a pretty good shot at Rookie of the Year, I guess. Verdugo seems to be playing pretty well. They've got some good players, and of course, Rafi's is always going to be there, but they're still that's not a super talented roster, especially when you stack it up against the rest of the teams.
And today it looks like Sale left the game with shoulder soreness or something like that. That's again, this guy has no luck. Every year it seems like he's down for a couple of minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Joe, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. I just ultimately think the Red Sox are going to struggle. Look, it's 2023, and Chris Sale is your ace. That's pretty much all you have
Right.
to say
Yep.
to know that like things aren't going to be rosy the entire season.
Yep.
All right.
And when a pitcher like Pivetta takes the ball every 5 days, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Like when you want to get Tanner Houck back on the mound as much as they do, you're in trouble. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
yeah.
I think the only good thing for them maybe is Story might be back sometime
Yeah.
soon. So that could add a spot there where they don't have to rely on Hernandez being at shortstop with that god awful arm of his.
He's just a disaster at shortstop.
It's a every time he had the 2 bad throws against the Jays, I'm like, okay, maybe that's a blip. I watched the other night. He did the same thing.
Yeah.
Threw it from shortstop into right field, going to second base.
I mean, Marty, he leads the league in errors right now.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, he's just playing out of position, is not that good of a fielder to begin with. So
I want to conclude with the Anaheim Angels, and you know where I'm going. Shohei Ohtani and Trout. Could this team finally make some noise there? And because they always lose 100 games, 95 games, and all that. What do you say? I'll start off with Marty. What do you think about the Angels this year with Shohei Ohtani doing Shohei Ohtani things, and Trout is still Mike Trout there?
Yeah, I at the beginning of the year, I thought the Angels were winning that division.
Yeah.
I thought they'd got enough pitchers in there. I thought Ohtani and Trout and, what's his name? What's the third baseman's name? Rodon, is that it?
Yeah.
Verdon.
Coming back, I thought he was going to, be there. But, they're not. Texas and Houston are running away a little bit with it from them. And Anaheim, Anaheim's got a big decision to make there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Ohtani, is he going to resign there? And if he says no, do you hold on to him for the whole year, or do you say, let's get some pieces back for this? Because Trout loves the Angels. He could have went anywhere he wants to finish up out that way.
Yeah.
And if you can't win with a Ohtani and a Trout in your lineup, then you better try something different. They've had that for 3 years, 4 years going on now, and they haven't won anything. So, and I thought this was the year it was going to be, and so far, it hasn't.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing just over 500 ball, and like really outside of Ohtani and Trout, that roster is pretty rough, and it really has been. So I mean, I think that's the part they struggle is in that depth area. They got 2 superstars. I mean, by the way, Trout's like the quietest superstar I think I've ever seen in baseball. Right. You know what I mean? Like the guy won't take an endorsement. He doesn't really speak publicly. I mean, to each their own. That's fantastic. But Ohtani, I mean, I know I'm not the first to say this, but we're looking at something special. I think when I watch the Angels, it's probably the team I watch most outside of the Tigers. And it's really because I just want to see Ohtani play. I just want to see him play.
Right, and can the Angels afford to let him walk?
No, I think they've got to back up the Brinks truck and give him whatever he wants. Ohtani not only is the most valuable player in baseball right now, he's probably the most valuable player in baseball in my lifetime.
Yep, I agree with that. Now, I don't think him going to either of the New York teams would be beneficial to him. I don't think he would be able to. He could be in Anaheim and be what he is, and not have to worry about people screaming at him when he has a bad outing or whatever the case may be. Whereas in New York, that's not the case. And how does he handle it if that were to happen?
Yeah, exactly. And I think ultimately he's best to stay in the NL too, because that way every time he's on the mound, he can still be in the lineup. You know what I mean? Whereas if he was in the AL, what would they do? Would they put him at DH while he's on the mound? I mean, that'd be kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's close out with this, okay? If the Blue Jays were in Toronto are the surprise here negatively, what's the surprise in Major League Baseball thus far? 2 months into the season, because it's June 1st today. Marty, we'll start with you. What do you think is the surprise positively in Major League Baseball 2 months into the year?
Positively, team-wise, I think for me it's Arizona. I think Arizona's playing a lot better than I thought they were going to. Yes, they got some nice pieces there, but for them to have been in first place for that line now, yes, they're in second behind the Dodgers now. They're still playing some pretty good baseball there, which I didn't see happening this early on. So Arizona for me would be the team that is surprising me the most. There's 2 teams that are outside the Jays that are surprised on the negative side, and that's the Padres and the St. Louis Cardinals. Mm-hmm. Those are 2 teams like St. Louis. I went to school by there. I love St. Louis and know everything about St. Louis. And when I talked to my buddies from St. Louis, they are just irate. And they think it all started when the coach came out in the media and called out O'Neill for not hustling. That's when the wheels fell off. And they're just lucky they're in that National League Central, that they're only 4 or 5 games out playing this badly.
Well, what do you say, Alex?
Well, the biggest surprise for me has been, like we talked about earlier, is the Tigers, playing well out of the gate. You know what I mean? I expected them to be bottom of that division. That's the most pleasant surprise I've seen. Because they're my favorite team. But and then I kind of side with Marty here that the biggest disappointment pretty much has to be the Padres. This is the year they were supposed to take that division pretty easily, and they're struggling. They're at the bottom of it right now almost.
All right, so over 4 hours, 35 minutes long. Nobody independently does this. Marty Roberts, it looks like he's about to sleep. So, Marty,
I got golf at 9 in the morning,
right,
Joe. So
Marty,
I gotta go get my game face on for the golf course.
Game face is on. Tell everybody, first of all, what happens tomorrow at 12:15 p.m. on the Fired Up.
Is it happening, Joseph?
It
I need to
is
know if
happening.
I can't say it.
Even Alex Campbell watches it. Go ahead.
It is the world-renowned soccer show with the coach, Carmen Asako, with John Freeman Nelson, the author as well. What was it? Was it
7 books
Norma?
now?
No. What was the last book you wrote?
Well, I'll show you what was the last book he wrote.
I think Norma might have been the one.
Norma, Mark
Zelinsky. There's Noble Strong. Noble Strong.
Yeah, Noble Strong. Good book too. I actually
Strong,
read it after we talked to him, so it's a great book.
Yeah, I think Norma's the one that Mark Zelinsky wrote.
And by the way, Mark Zelinsky will be on later this weekend. Marty, 11 a.m. All right. So
wait, I gotta say, you didn't let me say the young whippersnapper.
Well, he watches himself. You don't need to plug himself.
I know he watches himself, but I had to put his name in there because I don't want to be upset. So I put John Carlolino in there, and you, Joseph, will be there. Hopefully, you shave for tomorrow, Joe.
Alex, do you like this goatee or not?
I like the goatee. You've had the goatee pretty much the whole time, since I've been with you here. So I don't know you any different way, currently.
Yeah, that's right. All right. So that's the soccer show, and again, 12:15 tomorrow, Saturday pregame show. Hopefully, Mark Swinski of the Toronto Star post-game show with Marty Roberts, Taylor Woods. Yes, Taylor Woods makes her return. Game 1.
I saw her lift 550 pounds with her legs.
I'll be on that post-game show too on Saturday.
Oh, you're going to be on hockey. You know about the Boston Bruins and hockey, or
hey,
a little bit, yeah.
Norm Rumack calls them the Encyclopedia of Sports. That's why.
Yeah, well, Norm Rumack closed his encyclopedia 30 years ago. That's the problem.
It's got dust on it. It's dust.
Yeah. All right. So Marty, go ahead. Say what's your handle. Go ahead.
Twitter, Instagram, OldLefty22. Follow me there.
All right. Alex Campbell, which everybody should listen right now to his handle. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. I'm Fired Up Alex at Fired Up Alex on Twitter, Fired Up Alex on Instagram. And I do the crossover series here on the Fired Up Network. I'm on Point Balling with Drew Ebanks pretty much every week. It's going great, man. And so I'm just really excited to be here.
And next week,
is that a University of Michigan T-shirt you're wearing?
Yes, sir. Go blue.
Wow.
Yeah.
I got a friend of mine whose son is left-handed pitcher for University of Michigan.
Oh, wow.
O'Halloran.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I know who that is. That's awesome. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah. He's the race.
Yeah, he is the race. Yeah. Go.
Hopefully next week, part of Ballin', and we're going to have my good long-time close personal friend, Tracy Murray, join us for hopefully game 3, 4, and 5 of the NBA Finals. Next week, also here on Fired Up Live, the flagship show of the Fired Up Network, Clyde Drexler. Yeah, Clyde. He glides like Marty Roberts when he was playing basketball.
Like me when I go to the buffet table.
All right. Buffet. It's already 11:30. Let's go to the buffet. Thanks for watching, everybody. Stay tuned for more great programming here on the Fired Up Network. Thank you, Alex, and thank you, Marty. Thank you, Drew Ebanks and Dr. J, amongst others who appeared tonight on the show. Thank you, guys.